Good morning, beautiful people. Okay, I tried to get this done for y'all last night, but my God. What happened is I wanted to go ahead and add in last night's or yesterday's testimony. And so I had to wait for the trial to wrap up at 4:30, and then I had to read all the minutes and then edit it and blah, 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 blah. So it took forever. So for anybody who was waiting, I sincerely apologize. I really, really do. But I got y'all this morning. Hey, the real T. My pleasure, baby. You know, we in it for the long haul, for real. We really are on every case over here. Cha Cha B, good day to you. I'm not going to talk a lot because you guys, we only have less than 5 hours before the new day of testimony begins. And I don't want to be in anybody's way if they're listening to the audio of the trial. We'll be back tonight at 7:45 to go over the minutes from today's testimony. This is going to cover everything from the start of the trial up through last night, okay? If you guys hear me clear my throat or repeating myself or anything like that, charge it to my heart. Charge it to my head, not my heart, because I edit it very hard, but there's a lot of verbiage and a lot of witnesses, and I might have missed some things. But let's go ahead and get into this. I love you all. Thank you all for joining, and I'll see you in the comments, beautiful people. Justice for the boys.
Ultimately, the answer to the question of where are the boys will be answered. It's that they're dead. And at the end of the case, I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to Trezell and Jacqueline for the murders of Orrin and Orson West.
A grand jury indicted the West, the adopted parents of Orrin and Orson, in March 2022. Their attorneys have said the couple had nothing to do with the boys' disappearance. The bodies of Orrin and Orson have not been found.
One of the most highly anticipated trials in Kern County in recent years. A jury was chosen last week for the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West. The California City couple is charged with murders of their adopted sons, Orrin and Orson, who were reported missing more than 2 years ago. The bodies of the boys have not been found. One of the things that's very interesting, though, the boys are still missing. There are no bodies. Yet these parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter and second-degree murder. How is this possible if there are no bodies?
That's one thing that was asked of District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer when the charges were first announced. And she said she could recall 2 cases off the top of her head where there were no bodies in Kern County, but the DA was able to get secure murder convictions in those cases. So it is possible. It is a lot more difficult, though. Typically, in a murder trial, I think Eric Smith said during jury selection last week, he told potential jurors 99.9% of jury trials, there's a body. You're going to see autopsy photos. You're going to hear from a pathologist talking about how the person died. In this case, you're not going to have that. So it's going to be interesting to see what evidence the prosecution has pointing to the fact that someone was killed and that the Wests were responsible. They have a lot to prove here regarding that, since the boys have not been found. Involuntary manslaughter to second-degree murder. Both. Why both? Most serious charge is the second-degree murder charge. That carries a penalty of 15 years to life. In that case, that's the example I've heard most often is shooting into a crowded room. It's a reckless disregard for human life. You may not mean to kill somebody, but it's so reckless that you can be charged with murder if someone dies as a result. The involuntary manslaughter is the unintentional killing of someone else. 4 years is the maximum you can face with that. As to why they filed both, I'm not sure. It may be that the evidence doesn't support second degree. They go with the involuntary manslaughter instead. In California, it's 7 years a person is presumed dead if they haven't been heard from. In this case, they filed charges just after about a year and a half, I believe it was. And I think part of that is because the boys are so young. Mm-hmm. They're clearly not traveling anywhere. Right. One thing that Timothy Hennessy, one of the defense attorneys for Trezell West, said is that, one, their clients didn't do it, but also he said the boys may still be alive, just missing. Someone may have taken them. So we'll find out more about what he has to say during his opening statement, too.
Because that is what the West said when they initially reported the boys missing. They said they ran away. They got out of the back fence.
That's correct. The father said he was gathering firewood. It was December 2020. He was outside gathering firewood. The boys were outside playing together. He said he went in briefly to drop off the firewood, came back out, and they were gone.
However, the interesting thing in this case is these were not the West's only children. They have multiple other, both adopted and biological children, and they're expected to be involved in the trial, right?
That's right. The Wests have 2 biological children and 2 other adopted children, and at least some or maybe all of them will be called to testify. I believe the oldest is now 13 and the youngest 6. And during jury selection, the defense attorneys did ask potential jurors. They said, we want you to keep in mind that, yes, there will be children testifying. There's probably going to be some emotional testimony, some tears. Right. But don't let that sway you. Just listen to what they say. And also to be cognizant of the fact that sometimes children say things to please adults, kind of suggesting to the jury that they may be wanting to please the investigators, and it may not be exactly what happened. But they just told them basically, keep an open mind and examine their testimony as you would anyone else.
The West were a family of 8 with 4 adopted children and 2 biological children. Smith told the jury that the West's primary source of income was the $4,000 total a month made from each child they adopted. Smith said the boys are dead and they didn't die at the same time.
Orson was in California City for about 4 days. At some point, Adrian heard a loud thud in the night. The day prior to hearing the thud, Orson was there. The day after the loud thud, Orson was gone, and he hasn't seen him since.
Defense attorney Timothy Hennessy says this is still a missing persons case, and that the West want answers as to where their children are, as any parents would.
This was a tragic accident, is what the evidence will show. All right? They don't have an answer for it because it was tragic. But instead, Trezell is here on a murder charge.
Hennessy said there are inconsistencies in the investigation, and that evidence will show the couple's innocence.
Cal City, out the gate, just never thought anyone would take 2 little black boys. That's why the investigation will look the way it did.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Trezell West. This is Jacqueline West. And their 2 sons are missing. Their sons, Oren and Orson, are missing. And we're here because it's easier to charge them than for them to explain why they couldn't find them.
This is the last known photo ever taken of Oren. Recovered from the cell phones that were seized in this case. This is the last known photo of Orson, taken in the apartment at Lotus Lane, July 25th, 2020. Now, during one of the interviews, and it'll be played for you here, Jacqueline West talks about how she talked to her kids about Oren and Orson. She said, I told them, pretend they're not here. Just act like they don't live here. Just go do your work. She talked about what she did with Oren and Orson. I always keep them separated. I keep them separated.
Weird.
I focus mainly on schooling while they're playing. They don't really play together. But they have played together. I just don't know. But that's essentially what happened to Oren and Orson. They were in that home, but they were kept separate. And then ultimately, sometime in September, they were killed and have not been seen since then. Not only were they not in the van on December 19th, that they hadn't been in the home in California City also.
As testimony and body camera footage was played from the night the boys were reported missing, officers questioned that the boys had left through the backyard as the couple claimed.
Their bodies have never been found. Have never been found. Even with the attempts of the California City Police Department, the Bakersfield Police Department, the FBI.
The prosecution also stating that the West's other children all claimed the boys were gone long before that night, and that neighbors claimed to have never seen one or both of them.
For weeks, that all 4 will be called to testify, including the eldest child who said he witnessed Oren turn pale and die one night when the family still lived in Bakersfield before moving to California City.
Officer Brian Hansen testified that he became suspicious shortly after responding to the West home for a report of 2 missing children. This was in December of 2020. Hansen said he checked the backyard where the West said Oren.
I apologize, you guys. I don't like the way this is presenting from StreamYard at all. It looks like it's lagging and it's not showing you guys properly. Bear with me just a second. I'm just going to share my screen so that it won't do that. I know you knew. Seriously, man, they know what these babies are. They know exactly where they are. These babies have been gone for a long time. Nobody's seen them. The last pictures are from July. I mean, we'll get into it. Reading these minutes, y'all, I listen to the trial every day, all day. And then I read the minutes and I'm so engulfed in it all. Oh my God, it's really infuriating. You just want to jump through the damn and slap the taste out of their mouth and say, where are these boys? Stop playing. But we can't do that. We just gotta wait. Yeah. Okay, let me get to this. Where is it? Share my screen because the lag is not for me. All right. Entire screen. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt the flow. Okay, here we go. Now, you'll have to watch me go into all my files here. Okay. This should be better. Let me know in the comments if it does the same.
Ultimately, the answer to the question of where are the boys will be answered. It's that they're dead. And at the end of the case, I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to Trezell and Jacqueline for the murders of Orrin and Orson West.
A grand jury indicted the West, the adopted parents of Orrin and Orson, in March 2022. Their attorneys have said the couple had nothing to do with the boys' disappearance. The bodies of Orrin and Orson have not been found.
One of the most highly anticipated trials in Kern County in recent years. A jury was chosen last week for the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West. The California City couple is charged with murders of their adopted sons, Orrin and Orson, who were reported missing more than 2 years ago. The bodies of the boys have not been found. One of the things that's very interesting, though, the boys are still missing. There are no bodies. Yet these parents are charged with involuntary manslaughter and second-degree murder. How is this possible if there are no bodies?
That's one thing that was asked of District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer when the charges were first announced. And she said she could recall 2 cases off the top of her head where there were no bodies in Kern County, but the DA was able to get secure murder convictions in those cases. So it is possible. It is a lot more difficult, though. Typically in a murder trial, I think Eric Smith said during jury selection last week, he told potential jurors 99.9% of jury trials, there's a body. You're going to see autopsy photos. You're going to hear from a pathologist talking about how the person died. In this case, you're not going to have that. So it's going to be interesting to see what evidence the prosecution has pointing to the fact that someone was killed and that the Wests were responsible. They have a lot to prove here regarding that, since the boys have not been found. Involuntary manslaughter to second-degree murder. Both. Why both? Most serious charge is the second-degree murder charge. That carries a penalty of 15 years to life. In that case, that's the example I've heard most often is shooting into a crowded room. It's a reckless disregard for human life. You may not mean to kill somebody, but it's so reckless that you can be charged with murder if someone dies as a result. The involuntary manslaughter is the unintentional killing of someone else. 4 years is the maximum you can face with that. As to why they filed both, I'm not sure. It may be that the evidence doesn't support second degree. They go with the involuntary manslaughter instead. In California, it's 7 years a person is presumed dead if they haven't been heard from. In this case, they filed charges just after about 1.5 years, I believe it was. And I think part of that is because the boys are so young. Mm-hmm. They're clearly not traveling anywhere. Right. One thing that Timothy Hennessy, one of the defense attorneys for Trezell West, said is that, one, their clients didn't do it. But also he said the boys may still be alive, just missing. Someone may have taken them. So we'll find out more about what he has to say during his opening statement too.
Because that is what the West said when they initially reported the boys missing. They said they ran away. They got out of a back fence.
That's correct. The father said he was gathering firewood. It was December 2020. He was outside gathering firewood. The boys were outside playing together. He said he went in briefly to drop off the firewood, came back out, and they were gone.
However, the interesting thing in this case is these were not the West's only children. They have multiple other, both adopted and biological children, and they're expected to be involved in the trial, right?
That's right. The Wests have 2 biological children and 2 other adopted children, and at least some or maybe all of them will be called to testify. I believe the oldest is now 13 and the youngest 6. And during jury selection, the defense attorneys did ask potential jurors. They said, we want you to keep in mind that, yes, there will be children testifying. There's probably going to be some emotional testimony, some tears, but don't let that sway you. Just listen to what they say. And also to be cognizant of the fact that sometimes children say things to please adults, kind of suggesting to the jury that they may be wanting to please the investigators, and it may not be exactly what happened. But they just told them basically keep an open mind and examine their testimony as you would anyone else.
The West were a family of 8 with 4 adopted children and 2 biological children. Smith told the jury that the West's primary source of income was the $4,000 total a month made from each child they adopted. Smith said the boys are dead and they didn't die at the same time.
Orson was in California City for about 4 days. At some point, Adrian heard a loud thud in the night. The day prior to hearing the thud, Orson was there. The day after the loud thud, Orson was gone and he hasn't seen him since.
Defense attorney Timothy Hennessy says this is still a missing persons case and that the West want answers as to where their children are, as any parents would.
This was a tragic accident, is what the evidence will show. All right? They don't have an answer for it because it was tragic. But instead, Trezell is here on a murder charge.
Hennessy said there are inconsistencies in the investigation, and that evidence will show the couple's innocence.
Cal City out the gate just never thought anyone would take 2 little black boys. That's why the investigation will look the way it did.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Trezell West. This is Jacqueline West. And their 2 sons are missing. Their sons, Oren and Orson, are missing. And we're here because it's easier to charge them than for them to explain why they couldn't find them.
This is the last known photo ever taken of Orrin, recovered from the cell phones that were seized in this case. This is the last known photo of Orson, taken in the apartment at Lotus Lane, July 25th, 2020. Now, during one of the interviews, and it'll be played for you here, Jacqueline West talks about how she talked to her kids about Orrin and Orson. She said, I told them, pretend they're not here. Just act like they don't live here. Just go do your work. She talked about what she did with Orrin and Orson. I always keep them separated. I keep them separated.
Weird.
I focus mainly on schooling while they're playing. They don't really play together, but they have played together. I just don't know. But that's essentially what happened to Orrin and Orson. They were in that home, but they were kept separate. And then ultimately, sometime in September, they were killed and have not been seen since then. Not only were they not in the van on December 19th, that they hadn't been in the home in California City also.
As testimony and body camera footage was played from the night the boys were reported missing, officers questioned that the boys had left through the backyard as the couple claimed.
Their bodies have never been found. Have never been found. Even with the attempts of the California City Police Department, the Bakersfield Police Department, the FBI.
The prosecution also stating that the West's other children all claimed the boys were gone long before that night, and that neighbors claimed to have never seen one or both of them.
For weeks, that all 4 will be called to testify, including the eldest child who said he witnessed Orrin turn pale and die one night when the family still lived in Bakersfield before moving to California City.
Officer Brian Hansen testified that he became suspicious shortly after responding to the West home for a report of 2 missing children. This was in December of 2020. Hansen said he checked the backyard where the West said Oren and Orson had been playing, but saw no footprints made by a child's shoe. This is not a normal situation, Hansen said into his body-worn camera video that was playing in court this morning. These kids didn't just walk away, he said. The biggest revelation in this case so far came from the prosecution yesterday. Prosecutor Eric Smith telling the jury one of West's other children said he witnessed one of the boys die and said the other later disappeared after a thud was heard one night. Although the boys' bodies have not been found, the prosecution has said that evidence, including interviews with the West's other children, indicates the boys were killed in September of 2020, 3 months before the West reported them missing. The Wests are charged with second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, and other offenses and face life terms in prison if convicted.
Notes from inside the courtroom on the Jacqueline and Trezell West case. March 29th, 2023. Reported by KGET. For more than an hour, Trezell West spoke calmly, laughing at times, as he gave law enforcement details of his life with his wife and their 6 children, leading up to the disappearance of their 2 youngest. He broke down the events of December 21st, 2020, the day he reported Oren 4 and Orson 3 missing from the backyard of the family's California City home. Then the interview, a recording of which was played in court Wednesday, takes a sharp turn. It was conducted with several law enforcement officers just days after the West reported the children missing. "You have not been honest," an officer says. He tells West officers have spoken to his children and their stories match. They haven't seen Oren and Orson in weeks. He says the boys were never at the home the day the West said they disappeared. "You know where they're at," the officer tells West. "You haven't even shed a tear." Trezell West repeatedly denies lying, eventually asking if he's under arrest or free to go. He's told he can leave. "I'm done with this," West says. The majority of the nearly 2-hour video was played Wednesday. In the video, one of several interviews played for the jury by prosecutor Eric Smith, law enforcement tells Trezell there are no children's shoe prints in the area where he said the boys were playing the evening he reported them missing. Police dogs found no scent of the boys outside the West's home on Aspen Avenue. And massive searches, including multiple agencies and a helicopter, turned up nothing. An officer tells Trezell West his and Jacqueline West's stories don't match up. They're simply not true, he says. He also remarked on the couple's behavior. "You have shown zero emotion," he tells Trezell West. "Your wife has shown zero emotion." Trezell West, whose earlier demeanor turned sullen, maintains he had nothing to do with the disappearance. He takes issue with authorities speaking to his other children without his permission. The officer who conducted the majority of the interview leaves the room, and West continues to speak with California City Police Officer Brian Hansen. Hansen tells him he knows he and Jacqueline West are looking out for each other. "Either you're protecting her or she's protecting you," he says. Hansen was the only witness called on Wednesday. The West had custody of 6 children, including Oren and Orson. They have 2 biological children and also 2 other adopted children. All 4 will testify. The eldest biological child was 10 at the time the boys were reported missing. That boy said he woke up one night to noises coming from Oren while the family still lived in an apartment on Lotus Lane in Bakersfield. He said his parents got to Oren first, and they watched as his color faded. He vomited and died, according to the interview he gave on December 28th, 2020. His parents never called for medical aid, the boy said. Instead, they discussed keeping the death hidden, the child said, according to Smith. The West asked the child if they should tell somebody or keep it a secret, Smith said. And what you'll hear through testimony, The child knew if they told somebody they would be taken away from their parents, Smith said. Orrin never made it to California City, and Orson was only there 4 days, according to the boy's interview. Smith said the child told an interviewer he heard a loud thud one night. Orson had been at the home the day before the thud was heard, the child said, according to Smith. The next day, Orson was gone, the child said, and he hasn't seen him since. He believed Orson was taken back to his grandmother's house, the child said, according to Smith. In blistering questioning Thursday, defense counsel suggested a California police officer who investigated the disappearance of Orrin and Orson West failed to properly document evidence and missed numerous signs supporting statements given by the boys' adoptive parents. Officer Brian Hansen responded with, "I don't know," or "I don't recall," to numerous questions posed by attorney Alexia Torres Stallings. She represents Jacqueline West. Hansen testified he didn't know if he went inside the West's van parked outside their California City home. He didn't know if police seized little fingerprints found on a sliding glass door on the West home. He couldn't remember if he identified himself as a police officer before questioning the West's 4 other children, and was unaware if any of them had specialized needs or educational disabilities. Torres Stallings noted Thursday was the first time Hansen, who has provided testimony at multiple prior hearings, said he viewed surveillance footage from a home on Harvard Avenue. Previously, and as recently as March 9th, he said he only viewed footage from 2 homes. The Harvard Avenue footage makes 3. The attorney asked Hansen if he lied previously, or was he lying now? Neither, he responded. Prosecutor Eric Smith earlier played a video of an interview Hansen and other law enforcement conducted with Trezell West. The West said the boys were playing outside as Trezell West gathered firewood. According to their account, Trezell West briefly went inside, and when he came back outside, the boys were gone. In the video, officers accused Trezell West of lying, saying he and his wife's stories don't make sense. The West reported Orrin and Orson missing December 21st, 2020, but the couple's older children told authorities they hadn't seen the boys in weeks. Trezell West denied having anything to do with the boys' disappearance, despite police telling him there was no evidence showing the boys were at the house that night. Torres Stallings pushed back against those claims. She displayed photographs showing presents wrapped and stockings hung for Orrin and Orson, a bunk bed set up for Orson, 8 dining chairs, 1 for each family member, including the missing boys, and a used diaper found in the bathroom after a search warrant was served at the West House on Aspen Avenue on December 29, 2020. Hansen said he'd never seen the photo of the diaper. Only Orrin and Orson, the 2 youngest, were at an age where they'd be in diapers. Under redirect examination by Smith, Hansen testified he didn't take the photos that defense counsel showed him Thursday, and he didn't know who took them. Hansen said he doesn't know what took place in the West's home from the time he searched it on December 22, 2020, to when the warrant was served and photos taken on December 29, 2020. Smith played an audio recording of Hansen radioing into dispatch the night the boys were reported missing to say he was examining footage at the Harvard Avenue residence. It's not something he recently made up. He said it in response to the prosecutor's questions. The trial will resume April 10th.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Zimmer. I am Kern County's district attorney. I have information about Orrin and Orson West, the 2 young boys who were reported missing from California City 14 months ago. On December 21st of 2020, Orrin was 4 years old and Orson was 3 years old. Their adoptive parents in California City, Trezell West and Jacqueline West, reported to the California City Police Department that the boys had disappeared from their backyard. The California City Police Department began a search for the boys in the area around their home. After a period of time, the FBI joined in the search, as did the California Highway Patrol and search and rescue from the Kern County Sheriff's Department. The community also came out to assist in looking for the boys, but to no avail. They were not located. 1 week later, crucial information came to light that necessitated the involvement of the Bakersfield Police Department and the Kern County District Attorney's Office. Law enforcement worked diligently, hundreds of hours in the next 12 months, looking for the boys. This morning, I'm saddened to announce that the investigation has revealed that Orrin and Orson West are deceased. The investigation has also revealed that they died 3 months before their adoptive parents reported them missing. However, I am pleased to announce that this week, the Kern County Grand Jury indicted Trezell and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents, for the murder of Orrin and Orson West. The indictment charges 5 counts. The first count is murder. Charges them both with murder, with the victim being Orrin West. The second count charges murder, with the victim being Orson West. The third count charges felony child abuse against the person of Orrin West. The fourth count charges child abuse against the person of Orson West. And the fifth count charges false report of an emergency. Naturally, the first 2 counts carry the most time in state prison, murder. It is charged as murder in the second degree. That carries 15 years to life, but with 2 victims, the potential penalty or the maximum possible penalty, if convicted, is 30 years to life for each defendant, Trezell and Jacqueline West. Now, the grand jury indictment is a formal charging document, and we followed a process in charging them before the grand jury, and that was the district attorney requested that the grand jury convene to hear evidence regarding an indictment that we presented them. The district attorney's office then presented information to the grand jury, and the grand jury found there was sufficient evidence to hold Trezell and Jacqueline West responsible for these murders, and they returned what was called a true bill. So oftentimes we call it they were indicted, but what they did is returned a true bill on the indictment. However, one of the questions that I'm sure you would like to know is, have the bodies of Orrin and Orson been found? And the answer to that is no, they have not been found. However, I would like to emphasize that the fact that law enforcement have not found their bodies does not preclude a murder prosecution. As a matter of fact, there have been many hundreds of what we call no-body homicides prosecuted across the United States successfully, and even no-body homicides have resulted in murder convictions in Kern County.
This is not a resolution in this case, and there will not be a resolution completely in this case until these boys are brought home.
Let me emphasize, first and foremost, this is a tragedy, an absolute tragedy that was reported in my city. That 2 small boys could be killed by their parents. But I do have to say how proud I am of my department from the second we got the call until we brought in so many resources, and we're very grateful for that. But the second we got the call, we were on scene. We began to work it and look for these kids. And we had so many agencies involved, Kern County Sheriffs, the Search and Rescue, CHP came with their helicopter to help us. But the citizens of Cal City came out in numbers to look for these kids. And then it began to grow to the outlying communities and eventually across the nation. We were getting people who were interested and they wanted to know where these kids were as well as us. And then eventually Chief Terry and the Bakersfield PD came in to help us out, and they've been instrumental to make this happen. So I want to thank all those people again for helping us to try to come to some kind of resolution with this. But again, the bottom line is we have two small boys that we believe are no longer here that are dead, and that's terrible. But, and again, I want to thank the District Attorney, Cindy Zimmer, for being brave and diligent to push this forward and actually bring this case to the surface. So we will push forward. We haven't given up.
How can we confirm that the boys had died 3 months prior to their reported disappearance and their bodies haven't been found? Can you kind of explain how that works?
No, I cannot, but I can tell you the facts in court will show that we were able to prove that to the grand jury, that the boys have died, that they were murdered. And we did that through a combination of direct and circumstantial evidence. And the grand jury was convinced that they were dead. Thank you. And just a couple more questions, please.
Could you talk a little bit about the sentencing for the other two charges, the willful cruelty to a child, what's kind of the average for that as well?
Well, what that term carries is 6 years. Correct, Mr. Smith? 6 years.
And would that be changed because there's 2 counts of that, or
That's kind of a complicated sentencing question. You look to see if the conduct supporting the homicide charge, and you take what's called it's a determining sentencing, whether or not you get any more time on the child abuse cases counts if they're convicted on the murder, and it depends on the facts and circumstances.
Okay.
So now that we're all up to speed as to where we are present day, let's rewind back a little bit further to when the two on trial first graced us with their appearance. And in my opinion, they lied to us.
We just want to thank everyone in the community for all the support we've seen. We've felt so helpless. And seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
So, tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
From our yard.
It was cold. I was gonna make a fire. There's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard and keep them close. So I was playing with chalk. I came to the house, saw them there. Went in the house, came back out. I didn't see them there. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, did you see the boys? She said, no, they should be outside playing with chalk. I said, well, I didn't see them. So I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street, both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see them. So then I came home and I told my wife, we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops. Cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there, and we wanted to keep searching. But everybody came out in droves, and I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching, and we appreciate it. And nobody ever could tell, we could never talk to anybody, and that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call, let somebody know.
Call the cops. Call California the City Police Department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, They are going to be rambunctious, okay? They are going to be here in this area. And I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if make sure. That's it. Because I don't, go ahead, I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh, no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved, we just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved, that she thinks you guys did something.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly the point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children. We named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of somebody, but they took all of our tech, so they wanted to, I guess, just rule us out, which makes sense. That's part of the investigation. So that's pretty much it.
Have you guys, you talked to the police all last night?
Yes.
So you guys willfully gave them your
everything?
Technology,
yes.
The car?
Yes.
How did they get a search warrant?
I don't see why they got one, but they got one.
Yeah, they didn't need one, but
we would have told them to take everything. We let them come in and search with us. We asked them to come do that.
What did they take?
Just tech. And that's it. Like our phones.
From the house, what did they?
I don't even know.
I see. Yeah, we seriously felt like we needed to be out here. We did. Again, we were told the best are out here looking already, just to stay put. They have more questions. And there was literally a cop with us the whole time in there.
He had sitting down. We would ask, can we go help? They had to sit down.
Said nope.
He said, no, we got the best out there.
So
we
it's not.
You guys here in case we have more
I don't want you guys thinking that we didn't try. We actually looked
tried.
before we called police.
Yes.
And I imagine the mind-boggling part is the search for information. What happened? Where are they?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And
and just so we are able to present the information correctly, at what time did you guys notice your kids went missing? And at what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I think it was about 4:30, going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said.
5-ish.
5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
And then when did you guys call the police to report them missing?
After we searched
a
little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
Would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes of us getting finished up with our search. It was within minutes.
I'm good.
What do you guys want people at home to understand about this situation? For them, even speaking about what you guys are feeling is difficult. What do you want them at home to understand about this whole situation?
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew, and if anybody has seen them or anything, please call the police department.
Would you be willing to provide pictures, or do you have any?
I have older pictures. All my newest were on my phone.
Okay. A lot of people are speaking of this as, after the math past tense. I want to talk about your kids as present tense. What kind of boys are these? Tell us about the boys.
Very playful, very rambunctious, and they do love to wrestle. They do love to kind of get rough with each other.
Kids.
They're kids. Of course, they would love to go out, but sort of during the pandemic, we weren't trying to go, out here. And so we stayed inside.
Did you guys ever go out and search?
Yes, we did. We searched before we called the cops. That's what we said.
What time did they come up missing?
They came missing right before it got dark. Then we called. I searched that property. I even drove around this neighborhood right here. I even talked to a gentleman on that side, on those streets over there. I said, "Did you see some little black kids?"
You go that way looking for them?
That's the way I was gonna come. But when I came back home, I decided to call the cops because it was dark. They couldn't have got away that fast.
And why did it take two people to go in the house and leave two kids out here by themselves? It should have been one parent going in and one parent right here watching the child, not two parents going in the house and leaving two little kids out here by themselves for 10 minutes.
No, they were in the backyard. And
so
the back
how did
gate
they
was
get
open.
out the backyard?
And the back gate was open, and I was getting wood from
so
this
you
lot
guys
here.
been unresponsible and left the gate open, left some little kids outside with the gate open.
All right. Sorry. You guys were talking about your boys who you're, I understand. For a mother, a mother's intuition, I know you were saying, and we'll get your names after this, but you were saying how you feel like they're in this area. Do you feel the same way? And what is the intuition? What is the sense you get? What do you think happened to your boys? Do you think someone took them? Do you think they're lost? Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely know they're not walking around. They're not that kind. They do not just roam around. These patches. They definitely, I think, definitely would have been picked up or something.
That was my assumption.
Have they ever taken off of the yard before?
No.
They've never taken off?
No.
Basically,
You guys are new to Cal City, right?
Yep.
How long have you guys been living here?
Just 3 months.
Do you have any more questions?
No, my thinking.
It's crazy because y'all say y'all came out looking for the kids, and y'all got neighbors that say y'all ain't even came out looking for the kids.
The neighbors went out here.
We were looking.
We were looking.
I'm just saying, bro, it's crazy, bro. I got kids of my own.
Where do you live?
These little boys that y'all raised, them is my biological family.
I understand, bro.
I don't leave kids
Oh, no,
outside.
And I understand.
I have 9 kids. I have 9 kids.
There's
There's
outside in
no
the backyard
way I'm
that I was
gonna
watching.
leave my kids unattended. Not even for a minute.
Like, you sit here.
We get that. We get it.
They were in the
We
backyard.
feel
You
it.
don't even look like you worried,
But
bro.
you said the gate.
I've been
Okay, y'all
going
know
through
y'all
it all
finna, y'all finna go inside the house, right? Y'all are foster parents, right?
No,
Okay,
we're
well, y'all
adopted
adopted them,
Yeah,
right?
they are
Okay,
children.
shut the gate. Go in the house. Why did it take both of y'all to go in the house and leave them outside by themselves?
I understand.
And y'all know the gate was
Why
open.
haven't y'all been out with the people around this neighborhood looking with the kids?
We
We already told you on
said
camera.
that.
I
We already
didn't
told
see
you.
y'all on no cameras last night. I
No.
need to see y'all out here praying with them people. Them people was supposed to take care of my nephew. Not this, not supposed to happen.
I understand.
Y'all was supposed to take care of my nephew.
I understand.
If anybody's watching at home who knows anything, or if somebody who has these kids, if they're watching, what is your message to them?
The message has always been, as soon as possible, call the California City Police Department, and please bring our babies home. And that's that.
That's one of the reasons why we actually didn't want to
This
do
is
this.
the reason why.
The Bio family.
We were under orders to stay in the house and stay because they're going to need to contact us, and we cannot go outside, and that was the issue.
We were under orders by the cops to stay home in the house and let the professionals look.
But you just said that they were your children. If they were your children, regardless of what somebody told you, wouldn't you want to go look for them?
Well, we have cops actually posted in the front door right there.
How cold it is at night? Would you
We
not be
totally understand.
Totally understand.
We understand.
If you guys actually have answer that question, you should ask the police officer.
The situation, but do you see how it seems that,
Yes.
that the kids was left unattended? You guys went in the house and then the kids disappeared. How did they disappear?
Exactly, and that's the way we try to figure out.
No, it doesn't make sense. How did they disappear? How did they go out? You guys had the house supervised already. And my question is, why were they the only two children out? Where were the rest of the kids?
The rest kids were with grandma.
With who?
They left. They went on vacation.
So they didn't.
No, because they're too young. We didn't. We watched them, and it turns out that happened.
How did the
Just really quickly before we forget, first and last name, spelling of both for both of you guys.
So, excuse me, say it again.
Just first and last name.
Spelling of who or what?
Or just your first and last name.
Our names. Trezell West
Jacqueline
is
West.
Trezell West.
Okay, and for you?
JACQUELINE.
I'm sorry, one more time.
JACQUELINE.
Okay. West?
Yes.
Okay, guys. We'll let you go.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
No.
You probably wouldn't feel bad. You probably know he's gonna look.
And that was it. Ever since then, we've all been screaming, where are the boys? Some people call them classic and sincere. Others call them Orrin and Orson. But they are our boys. And we want justice for them. And we really would like to give them a decent burial. So I hope that they're able to pull this information out in this trial and find these babies so they can have peace. But if nothing else, we need the truth to come out so the boys can have justice. You know, we don't always get them both. I'll see you next week for week 2 of the trial. Where are the boys?
While the defendants in this case, Trezell and Jacqueline West, are presumed innocent, the securing of a grand jury indictment is a major step in ensuring that there will be justice for Orrin and Orson. This case has tugged at the heartstrings of people in my office and in law enforcement and in this community. It is a horrific tragedy that these precious little boys had to lose their lives. But I want to thank everyone who was involved in this case, law enforcement officers. It must have been so difficult for them who searched for Orrin and Orson, the community members that came out and helped search, and then the community members that just continue to care about what happened to them.
I'll see you in the comments, beautiful people. Fourth day of the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, charged with murder in the deaths of adopted children, Classic and Sincere, also known as Orrin 4 and Orson 3. Notes from the courtroom. April 10th, 2023. Trezell West is present with his attorneys, Timothy Hennessy and Victor Nasser. Jacqueline West is present with attorneys Alexia Torres Stallings and Fatima Rodriguez. The prosecutor is Eric Smith. Smith has called Robert Dees to the stand. He's a realtor. Dees generally sells homes in the Bakersfield area. In 2020, he had contact with Trezell and Jacqueline West. A lender he worked with was contacted by Trezell through Zillow, and Dees then reached out to him. His initial contact with Trezell was about looking for homes and setting up an appointment, Dees said. He has text messages of his contacts with Trezell up to the time he gave him keys to a home in September 2020. Dees is looking up his text from Trezell. The first one from Trezell came on May 6, 2020. Dees corresponded with the West through email, text, and phone calls. He would send Trezell photos of homes he thought met the couple's criteria in California City and Tehachapi. Dees testified he viewed homes in person with the West. He thinks it only happened twice. Smith has displayed a photo of the West home on Aspen Avenue in California City. Dees helped them buy it. He first showed the home to them in May or June, he said. When the West arrived to see the home, Trezell and Jacqueline were there, but he thinks the children stayed in the car, never met them. On September 11, 2020, they met at the home for the sale, Dees said. When he arrived, he told them where the key was, and the West went inside. Dees gave them some gifts for purchasing the home. Dees testified they mainly stayed in the kitchen area where he spoke with Trezell and Jacqueline. He didn't interact with the children. The children were playing in an enclosed patio area, Dees said. He doesn't remember the exact number of children he saw. When law enforcement asked, he estimated the number of children present, but told them he wasn't exactly sure. He didn't count them. One child was sitting down with an upset look on his face, and the other children seemed happy, Dees said. The one child had a mean look and appeared to be in a bad mood. Trezell and Jacqueline told him that boy was always in a bad mood, Dees said. Smith is showing Dees photos of Orrin and Orson West. Dees identified the photo of Orson as the upset child he saw that day. Dees said he was in the home for maybe 10 minutes. After that day, September 11, 2020, Dees said he thinks Trezell called him one time to talk about possibly selling his home. It's the only day he saw some of the West children. Dees said the West told him their main source of income were the adopted children. Smith ended his questioning, and Torres Stallings has begun cross-examination. Dees said he met with law enforcement on this case, but doesn't remember the dates. Torres Stallings is naming dates he spoke with officers. Dees testified he had seen media coverage before meeting with officers. He said he saw an article on Facebook and an interview on the West speaking to the media. Torres Stallings is asking questions about how COVID changed the way houses were shown. Only a certain number of people could be in a home at the same time due to new regulations. Each time he showed a home to the West, the children were in the vehicle while the parents saw the home. He said he didn't look in the van. Dees said law enforcement has not accessed his text messages as far as he knows. Dees said he believes he told police he saw 5 children on the day the West arrived at their new home on September 11, 2020. Torres Stallings has handed Dees a photo. He said he doesn't recognize it. It's apparently a photo of all of the West children. Cal City Police has shown Dees a photo of the children, and he believes he said he had seen a few of them. Torres Stallings is asking if he can identify the 3 children he identified for Cal City Police. She asked him to circle the children he recognizes. Torres Stallings took the photo back after Dees circled 3 of the children that are in it. Torres Stallings displayed the photo. Dees did not circle Orson, whom he testified was the upset child he saw when the West bought the home. Torres Stallings asked if he remembered the West told him the child was upset because he didn't have his ball. Dees says he doesn't remember that. The West told him they wanted to go to Cal City where they would have more land and could grow vegetables, Dees said. Torres Stallings has finished questioning Dees, and now Hennessy is cross-examining him. After a few quick questions summarizing Dee's involvement, Hennessy ended his questions and Dees has been excused. Joseph Karshmaroon has been called to the stand. He owns Antelope Valley Pest Control. Trezell West contacted him on September 15, 2020 for pest control, Karshmaroon said. Karshmaroon went in person to the home on Aspen Avenue. He spoke with Trezell West. They went through the house. Karshmaroon said Trezell told him there were some issues with ants and spiders, told him he had just purchased the home. They set up quarterly service for the house. Karshmaroon said he saw children in the home, didn't count them, but he thinks there were 4 to 5. He asked Trezell to have the kids stay outside while he sprayed in the house. Karshmaroon remembers seeing a baby carrier for a younger toddler and another child being held by hand. He said a couple children left the house on their own. He again said he didn't count them. He sprayed in the home for 15 to 20 minutes. The children were quiet inside the van, not rambunctious, he said. Karshmaroon said he also sprayed outside the home, entered the rear yard through a side gate. He said he couldn't specifically say he could recognize certain children at that time, has since seen the billboards asking for help finding Orrin and Orson. Karshmaroon said he remembers there were a lot of kids there. He distinctly remembers a car seat with a child in it. Smith ended his questioning. Victor Nasser has begun cross-examination. Karshmaroon said he was at the house for general pest treatment, nothing out of the ordinary. He said he got a call one day and was asked to testify at the grand jury in which the Wests were indicted. He brought information saved on his computer about the appointment with the Wests. Nasser is asking about seeing the children at the home. Karshmaroon said it looked like the Wests had just moved in. He can't have people in the same room while he's spraying. Once the product is dry, it's safe, Karshmaroon said. It only takes a few minutes, but he wants kids outside so they don't touch the sprayer or come in contact with the product. Karshmaroon said he expected a lot of noise from the van because of how many kids were in while he sprayed, but they were quiet. He heard about the missing children when he was about a week away from returning to the house for quarterly pest service, Karshmaroon said. He said he spoke on the phone with law enforcement and they wanted info for the grand jury. It wasn't until about a year later that he was contacted by law enforcement, Karshmaroon said. Nasser ended his questioning. Karshmaroon, on redirect, said he wouldn't necessarily document the number of children at the house for his records. He keeps track of the chemicals he applies at each home. Karshmaroon has been excused. Mary LaPouze has been called to the stand. She manages a mortgage and real estate company. Her company handled the West loan for the purchase of the Cal City home. She collected documents for the loan approval. She worked with Trezell collecting bank statements and birth certificates for the children. The income for the loan came from the money the couple received for the adoptions, LaPouze said. A sidebar was called, waiting for the judge and attorneys to return. They're back. LaPouze said she verified how much income the West had each month. The money came from the adoptions, and Trezell West told her he sells beats for musicians. Adoption income was the primary source of income, LaPouze said. The closing process had some challenges. It took over 60 days. LaPouze said she never met the children. Smith finished his questions. Fatima Rodriguez has begun cross-examination. After a couple quick questions regarding the West income, LaPouze has been excused. Another witness has been called. It was difficult to hear his name. First name was Robert, last name was unclear, but I'm going to refer to him as Robert. Robert lives at a home in California City that has 7 surveillance cameras on it. On December 21st, 2020, the day the boys were reported missing, Robert said he saw a patrol car pulling into the block. More vehicles passed by. Robert said he drove through a desert area looking for the children. He had been working on his truck before police came through the area, Robert said. He had been working on the truck starting in the morning. Robert said he saw a white van during the evening. It looked like a work van. Another car passed the van and went into the desert, he said. He didn't see 2 children walking together that evening, Robert said. He said he has a good view from his home of many streets in the surrounding area. Prosecutor Eric Smith is going to show portions of surveillance footage taken from Robert's home. The clip taken at 5:07 p.m. is being played. Smith is now playing footage from 5:10 p.m. Another clip is being shown from 5:25 p.m. No children are seen in the clips. Smith is continuing to play footage. Surveillance footage is continuing to be shown to the jury. Robert at times is visible walking in his yard. More footage shown. Robert continues to work in his yard. Every now and then a vehicle passes. The footage was taken from the night the boys were reported missing. Robert has said he spent a good part of the day in the yard, never saw two children walking together. Smith directed Robert's attention to a vehicle that drives by, and Robert said it's a van he earlier testified seeing. The van had earlier been parked in the area before it drove by his house at 5:58 p.m. It hadn't been parked that long, Robert said. Prosecutor Eric Smith finished his questioning. Defense lawyer Timothy Hennessy will begin cross-examination. Robert told Hennessy he has 7 cameras on his house. He turned the footage over to the police. Robert said it's his understanding the time is accurate on all videos. Hennessy is now playing some of the videos and identifying things seen in them. Hennessy notes one video records at 5:11 p.m. and the next video starts at 5:25 p.m. Robert says he didn't cut anything out, handed all his footage to authorities. Hennessy finished questioning Robert. Tori Stallings has asked Robert to mark each image showing where each of his 7 cameras are located. Tori Stallings asked if he gave Channel 2 to law enforcement. I gave them everything, Robert said. He can't find footage from that camera in the photos Tori Stallings gave him. Tori Stallings is showing the jury still images taken from each surveillance camera with the exception of camera 2. Camera 2 apparently faces his front door. I'm sure there was, Robert said when asked if there was another video taken between 5:11 and 5:25 p.m. on the night the boys were reported missing. He again said he gave authorities everything. Robert said he saw a woman in a car driving around and it appears she was looking for something. He's marking an exhibit to point out where the woman was driving. Tori Stallings asked Robert if he knows where each vehicle went that passed by his home. Robert said he didn't pay attention to all of them. In response to Tori Stallings, he acknowledged working on his truck and being busy in his yard. Robert said no one viewed or seized his surveillance footage the night the boys were reported missing. Tori Stallings ended her questioning. On redirect examination by Smith, Robert said all the cameras on his home are motion activated. Prior to the search for the children, Robert said he didn't see anyone walking through the area or cars stopping in the area with the exception of one car, the path of which he traced. No toddlers walked through the area, he said. On recross-examination, Hennessy is asking about the 14 minutes from the camera 4 that aren't seen from 5:11 p.m. to 5:25 p.m. Robert said his cameras only film when there is motion. During Zoom testimony for the grand jury, Robert talked about a car he saw pull into Rome Beauty Drive before he saw Trezelle's white van. The car drove into the desert before the van came by. The defense ended their questioning. Smith is again asking questions, saying he wants to focus on when Robert saw the van as opposed to the car. Robert said he saw the Saturn driving around at or about 5:48 p.m. or later. Smith finished and Hennessy resumed questioning, and Robert specified there were 2 instances he saw the van. The attorneys have finished questioning Robert, and the judge has asked to see the attorneys then back. Everyone has returned, and Robert has been excused. Zachary Edwards has been called to the stand. He's a California Highway Patrol officer. Edwards is describing using night vision in a helicopter and how it's used during searches. A person would show up as a glowing figure in infrared vision, Edwards said. On December 21st, 2020, CHP received a request to help find missing juveniles in Cal City. Edwards said they arrived overhead around 8:30 p.m., contacted law enforcement on the ground, and obtained info. After learning the last place someone was seen, they'll get a lay of the land and try to estimate how far someone could travel and establish a search area, Edwards said. That night, they flew a circular pattern from the area the juveniles went missing and slowly widened the area as they continued flying in circles looking for them. The search that night lasted a total of 3 hours by air, Edwards said. The flight pattern Edwards flew that night has been displayed. They searched 90 minutes, refueled at Cal City Airport, then searched another 90 minutes. Nothing of relevance was seen by him or the pilot during the search, Edwards said. Hennessy has begun cross-examination. He's asking questions about the flight map. It could have been a decision by the crew to search the desert area, or info may have come from officers on the ground, Edwards said. Hennessy finished, and Torres Stallings will now question Edwards. Torres Stallings asked if infrared can see if someone is inside a home. Edwards said yes if they're looking at an open door or window, but otherwise they can't tell if someone is in a structure. Edwards said he didn't see any children outside that evening, either in the desert area or residential areas. There is no information as to which homes the helicopter specifically searched, Edwards said. He has been excused. Cal City officer Michael Kalakios has taken the stand. He went to the West residence the day after the initial call to look for evidence, canvassed the area for footprints, video, eyewitnesses. He didn't write a report, but had a body-worn camera. A transcript has been handed to the jury, and a video is about to be played. There's a lot of noise caused by the wind and a barking dog, but in the video, Trezell West is walking through a yard and telling Kalakios about the disappearance. Much of what Trezell is telling the officer can't be heard. The video has ended. Prosecutor Eric Smith is asking Kalakios about the lot he and Trezell West walked through. Kalakios said it's to the east of the West home. Kalakios is marking an image on the lot to show where he and Trezell walked. The image has been displayed, showing the east lot the two walked through as Kalakios asked questions of Trezell West. Kalakios said he found nothing in the lot. On cross-examination, Torres Stallings asked Kalakios if he knew about the importance of taking notes and writing reports. Kalakios said he wrote no report in this case. He said he didn't review anything before testifying today. Everything he's testifying to is from his memory, Kalakios said. Kalakios testified the date and time on the body-worn camera footage is inaccurate. He said he went to the West home on the morning of December 23rd, 2020, but the footage says he was there on the evening of December 22nd, 2020. There were other people in the area who were not law enforcement when he went to the West residence, Kalakios said. He said he spoke to several people. Torres Stallings asked Kalakios if he recalls making a Facebook post about this case for which he got in trouble. He said he doesn't remember that. I don't recall that, Kalakios said after looking at a transcript of the post. Torres Stallings said she's going to play it for the jury. The video was only shown to Kalakios, not the jury. He said he doesn't remember posting it or getting in trouble for it. Kalakios said he didn't contact the biological family of Orrin and Orson, make a report, determine their whereabouts. I did not do a follow-up investigation, he said. Asked questions about a neighbor he spoke with, Kalakios said he passed that information along to someone else. He reiterated he wrote no reports on this case. Torres Stallings is displaying images taken from Kalakios' body-worn camera footage. She pointed out brush in the empty lot near the West home, noted the map Kalakios drew didn't include the entire area he walked through. Torres Stallings ended her questioning, and Hennessy is about to begin. He again asked if Kalakios had been disciplined by the police department for posting his opinion about the case on Facebook. Kalakios said he doesn't believe it even happened. Judge Charles R. Brimmer has called a sidebar. Kalakios testified he dropped in on the West just for my own peace of mind, not as an official part of the investigation. He has been excused. Jesse Hightower, Cal City Police Chief, has been called to the stand. He was a patrol lieutenant when the boys were reported missing. There were issues with the body cameras at that time. They had no IT support, couldn't change dates or times, and had a lot of problems with them, Hightower said. Things were very wrong with that system, Hightower said. Those issues last a year or so, and then the city purchased new body-worn cameras, Hightower said. On December 21st, 2020, Hightower was in his office when he heard the boys were missing. He went to the West home at 5:50 p.m. Hightower said he contacted Jacqueline West at the home. He spoke with her at the front door, then they went through the home together. There was no sign of the children in the house, he said. Hightower testified he also looked through the backyard, then went back to the front and began establishing an incident command post. 4 or 5 other officers arrived from Cal City PD. Hightower said he's been involved with 75 to 100 missing persons cases. This was the first time he was lieutenant in charge. He told volunteers to go door to door and walk the entire street looking for surveillance cameras and to get everyone's name and information. Hightower said he also called County Search and Rescue to help with the search. He wanted as much help as he could get. Those personnel searched the desert east of the neighborhood, a very large area, Hightower said. The neighborhood had been covered by that time. At 6:11 p.m., Hightower called for a Kern County helicopter, but was told there would be a delay because of fog. So at 6:13, called CHP, and they had a helicopter respond. Officer Brian Hansen was assigned to speak with the West, Hightower said. From Hightower is about to be shown and transcripts provided to the jury. April 11, 2023. Prosecutor Eric Smith is playing body-worn camera footage from Hightower from the night the boys were reported missing on December 21st, 2020. Hightower was a lieutenant then and was in charge of the search. The video so far shows a flashlight being shown in a lot filled with brush and dirt. It's pitch black out. Prosecutors Eric Smith said he just realized the video was muted. He is replaying a portion of it. Hightower in the video tells a couple people he's looking for 2 young children. He's also looking for camera systems on homes. The first clip ended. Hightower testified he was west of the West home in that video. Smith has begun playing the second clip. Hightower knocks on a door and asks if he can look into an access window to see if the missing children are there. The homeowner says he has no problem with that. Hightower takes a look, then stands back up and continues walking in the yard. The second clip has ended. Hightower has identified the residence where he knocked on the door. There was no surveillance equipment on it, he said. Smith is playing the third and last video. In it, Jacqueline West can be heard yelling, "Orson and Orrin," as Hightower searches her home with her. Hightower asks Jacqueline her birth date, phone number, how long she's lived there, and what the children were wearing. "Make sure you check every little thing you can, okay?" Hightower says to another officer in the home. Trezell comes in and asks if anything's been found. He answers some questions about the boy's description. Trezell laughs when talking about how Orson, who's younger, weighs more than Orrin. Trezell tells the officer how he was gathering wood when the boys went missing. Hightower goes outside, leaving the other officers with the West. Hightower radios the boys' description and what the West said they were wearing. The clip has ended. Smith is questioning Hightower, who is describing where he looked in the West backyard. Hightower said the backyard had 2 exit points. There was a wooden gate and a heavy swinging metal gate. The metal gate was closed when he arrived. Hightower testified he looked in the West van, then for shoe tracks or tire tracks, anything to follow in a dirt lot next to the house. Hightower said he didn't see tracks or anything that would lead him to believe anyone had been in the lot. Smith, the prosecutor, is going to play an audio recording for the jury. Transcripts are being handed out to jurors. Multiple short audio recordings are being played, beginning with Hightower giving descriptions of the boys. Hightower in the second recording is communicating with other officers, asking for resources, giving updates on the search for surveillance cameras in the area. Smith has finished playing the audio clips and resumed questioning of Hightower. Hightower said he requested canine tracking dogs from the county to look for a scent. In a recording, an officer says the dogs haven't found anything. Hightower said he directed another officer to interview the other children who were at the home of Wanda West in Bakersfield. Hightower said there was a concrete slab just outside the back door of the California City home with some chalk drawings on it. He said he saw no small footprints in the dirt. Asked about Jacqueline West's demeanor, Hightower said he noticed what wasn't there. No frustration, no anxiety, no anger. She just seemed neutral, Hightower said. There were differences in the clothing descriptions of the boys that were sent out over the radio compared to what the West told him, Hightower said. The metal gate in the backyard was heavy and difficult to open, Hightower said. The implication is a young child wouldn't have been able to open it. Smith had displayed a photo of the metal gate on the east side of the West home. Smith followed that by playing a video of an officer opening the gate. It scrapes along the ground. There is a slight groove mark in the concrete and appears to take some force to move. Hightower said he received information after the West's other children were interviewed that changed the course of the investigation. He said they gathered more information and began writing search warrants. Warrants were authorized for the West home and van. The FBI was contacted. Hightower said he provided them with information and later requested assistance. Hightower said he requested a forensic dig team from the FBI. Nothing was located in the West's backyard. Computers and cell phones were seized from the West, Hightower said. They were given to the FBI for analysis. They were looking for images, data, and GPS information, Hightower said. Prosecutor Eric Smith has displayed a photo of an officer with a shovel in the West backyard. They were about to dig to look for the children, Hightower said. BPD also assisted with the investigation, Hightower said, based on the information Cal City Police had received. Cal City PD was the primary investigative agency until March 2021, when BPD became the lead agency, Hightower said. The FBI was only involved for a month or two, he said. Smith has finished questioning Hightower, and Alexia Torres-Stallings, defense attorney for Jacqueline West, has begun cross-examination. Torres-Stallings has asked about issues with the California City Police Department's body-worn camera at the time the boys were reported missing. They would turn on and off on their own. Dates and times would be wrong. Hightower said officers should watch their body-worn camera footage before testifying and when writing their reports. 2 officers during the trial have testified they didn't write reports in the case, and yesterday one said he never viewed his footage. Hightower said he didn't review his body-worn camera footage before testifying at an earlier hearing. Hightower testified he never wrote a report during the investigation. Torres-Stallings is going over a call log from the search and asking Hightower to identify volunteers referred to on the log. There are 2 volunteers listed. Hightower said there were 5 officers, 2 volunteers, and 1 other person present. Volunteers had taken classes to be able to assist the department, but did not have the power to arrest anyone, Hightower said. Hightower said the 2 volunteers were told to write down which residences they went to. He doesn't know if the notes were written or given to an officer. Hightower said he asked Jacqueline West if she closed the gate in the backyard, but that interaction wasn't captured on his body camera. Torres-Stallings is attempting to point out discrepancies from the time listed on Hightower's body camera footage to what the actual time was. A man Hightower spoke with that night had cameras on his property. The man only reviewed his footage as far back as 5:26 p.m., not earlier. At another home, Hightower didn't notice surveillance cameras, but said he didn't ask the homeowner if they had any. He doesn't know which agency eventually asked. Hightower said he directed a California Highway Patrol helicopter on locations where to look the night the boys were reported missing. They performed a 5-mile radius, he said. Hightower said he did not go to the police station that night with Jacqueline and Trezell West, but instructed another officer to interview them. Hightower has identified 2 photos of chalk drawings as the drawings he saw on a concrete slab in the backyard of the West home on December 21st, 2020. Regarding the metal gate in the backyard, Hightower says he doesn't know if the gate opened in both directions. Digging in the backyard by the FBI occurred a few days after the boys were reported missing. They used their own equipment to search for human remains and found nothing, Hightower said. Yes, Hightower responded. when asked if it was important to keep an open mind during an investigation. He agreed that what he says as police chief reflects upon the entire police department. He testified he was not aware Officer Michael Kalakios made comments about the case on Facebook and got in trouble for it. Prosecutor Eric Smith objected over lack of foundation, and Hightower's response was stricken from the record. Hightower testified he doesn't know of any specialized training any of the Cal City officers had in dealing with children. He agreed the way you speak to a child is different than the way you speak to an adult. Torres Stallings asked if he watched the interviews Officer Brian Hansen conducted with the other West children. Hightower said he's never seen them, and yesterday was the first time he saw the form with the children's answers. Okay, Torres Stallings said, paused, then moved on. Hightower said Hansen did not use the words murder or assisting in murder regarding his interviews with the children. He said Hansen told him the children said Orrin and Orson were never in California City. Torres Stallings asked if the department teaches an officer to touch a suspect while they're being interrogated. He said there are a couple different contexts that could be taken. I don't think that's appropriate. Hightower said of touching a suspect on their leg. He said he wasn't aware Hightower did that to Jacqueline West. He said he wasn't aware that Officer Hansen had done that. Torres Stallings is going to play a recording. Transcripts have been passed out. It's body-worn camera footage of Hightower and other officers arriving at the West home on December 23, 2020. The West allowed police in the home, but they had a search warrant ready, Hightower said. Police says they want the West to look at some photo lineups. Hightower is given permission by Trezell West to look in the boys' bedroom. He looks through closets in 2 bedrooms, shines a flashlight along the wall and into corners. Hightower said there were several search warrants served on the home. He's not sure when they located a firearm, but they did find one. He said it would have been taken, made safe, and kept in a secure place. Torres Stallings pauses the video on an image of Hightower holding a pistol. Hightower said it was found in a closet. Torres Stallings played footage in which Hightower apparently says he would hide the weapon. Hightower said he doesn't remember saying that, but if that's what the video says, he said it. The gun was placed underneath a blanket on a bunk bed. Hightower, under questioning from Torres Stallings, said, in this particular instance, it was a secure location. He said there's an explanation, but she didn't question him about it. Hightower has rejoined other officers in a room where the West are being questioned. Torres Stallings asked if the living room looks like it did 2 days earlier when the boys were reported missing. Hightower said yes. In the video, Hightower and Trezell West go in the backyard where Trezell starts going through what happened the night of December 21st, 2020. Trezell West talks about gathering wood and noticing the boys had gone missing. He talks about all the attention the case is getting, how people are acting crazy. Trezell West says he didn't think to look for footprints or anything like that. He at first just thought the boys were playing hide and seek. Trezell says he's stressed. Asked what he thinks happened, he said people are talking about how maybe the biological parents took them. Torres Stallings paused the recording, and Hightower said the biological parents were interviewed. He said he believes they were interviewed the same day as this recording was made. Hightower said the timestamp on the video is wrong, and this interview with Trezell took place on December 22nd, 2020. Torres Stallings has resumed playing the video, and Trezell is continuing to speak with Hightower. Trezell tells Hightower some of the planks in the backyard fence are loose. The video was briefly paused, and Hightower said he doesn't know if anyone checked to see if the planks were loose or partly open. Trezell talks about changing the boys' names. Trezell talks about changing the boys' names from Sincere to Classic. Trezell talks about changing the boys' names from Sincere and Classic to Orrin and Orson. He says the other 4 children are partly Hispanic and Orrin and Orson are Black. Trezell in the video talks about the need for more Black children to be adopted and be a part of strong families. The conversation pivots to Giselle talking about how he creates beats and sells them to other musicians. He says it's all done online. They go back in the house. Hightower speaks quietly with another officer. The video jumps to asking the West if they'll agree to a DNA cheek swap. It ends shortly after. Hightower said the West voluntarily gave the DNA swap. Torres Stallings ended her questioning, and Timothy Hennessy, attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. The plan during the recording just played was to divide the couple, make sure there were no weapons, and question them, Hightower said. He said he didn't tell the couple they had a warrant and doesn't know if someone else did. Asked about the first dog that was sent to the scene to search for the boys, Hightower said it was a tracking dog. He said he directed search and rescue to follow the route that Trezell's van took. Hennessy ended his questioning, and prosecutor Eric Smith has begun redirect examination. Hightower testified he had the dog follow the van route because he wanted to see if the children had been driven away. Search and rescue did that route first, then went to other locations, he said. Hightower said he had a signed search warrant from a judge before entering the West home in the video that was previously shown. He said he moved the gun for the safety of himself and the officers in case one of the Wests became angry and made a run for the weapon. That's why he took it from the closet and placed it underneath the blanket, he said. In sending Officer Hanson to Bakersfield, Hightower said he was getting other people ready for more searches. He didn't know what Hanson would bring back, but it changed how they conducted the investigation. As incident commander, Hightower delegated responsibilities to others, including to officers who would become the primary investigators. Hightower said he relied on Officer Hanson to write reports in this case. In a missing persons case, it's necessary to walk through the scene to try to locate the person, Hightower said. He said they relied on what Trezell and Jacqueline told them the first night of the search. Knowing what he does know now, he would have done things differently. Local citizens arrived to search for the boys that night, Hightower said. He said he had no control over them going into public areas. After a couple quick questions from Smith, Alexia Torres Stallings is again questioning Hightower. He said he doesn't know if any of the West children questioned by Officer Brian Hanson had any physical or learning disabilities. Hightower testified he doesn't know if Hanson told him the children knew the difference between right and wrong. Torres Stallings ended questioning. Now Timothy Hennessy is again asking questions. He clarified for Hennessy there was nothing he could do to stop members of public from going into the desert area the night the disappearance was reported. Hightower said he didn't have the resources to stop citizens from entering certain areas. Questioning has ended and Hightower has been excused. The next witness will testify in Spanish with the assistance of an interpreter. Maria Martinez has been called to the stand. She lives in Oregon with 3 adopted children. She adopted them in 2019. She also has 3 adult children. Martinez lived in Bakersfield before moving to Oregon. She lived in an apartment on Lotus Lane. Prosecutor Eric Smith has shown her a map of the apartment complex. Martinez said she doesn't understand it. She said she thinks she understands it now. The map has been admitted into evidence. The apartment where Martinez lived has been identified. She lived there 15 years. At some point, Trezell and Jacqueline West moved into the apartment complex. Martinez shared a wall with the couple. She can't remember how long they lived there. Martinez testified the West's biological children are her grandchildren. Martinez was a foster parent and went to classes with Jacqueline West on how to make sure the house was safe for children, among other classes. Maria Martinez testified she knows the West adopted 4 children, but doesn't know their names. She said Jacqueline West had her own life and she had hers. Martinez said she communicated with her daughter, Jacqueline West, on Facebook at times. Smith has displayed a photo of Jacqueline with 4 of the children and asked her to identify each person. She has trouble with naming all of them. Martinez testified she only remembers the names of the biological children. Orrin and Orson weren't pictured in the photo. Martinez said they were adopted in 2019. She said she doesn't remember their ages when adopted. Asked how often she visited Jacqueline and the kids, Martinez said almost never. She said she had to take care of her kids and Jacqueline had to take care of hers. Under questioning by Smith, Martinez said Trezell had nothing to do with her not visiting. She said she rarely visits anyone. Martinez testified she never watched Jacqueline and Trezell's children in 2019 or 2020. No, we wouldn't see each other. Martinez testified she recognized the photo of Orrin and Orson West, but couldn't remember their names. Having been shown the photos, Martinez said she can't remember babysitting the children. The West didn't call her when they were moving. She didn't find out until afterward, Martinez said. Martinez testified she didn't watch any of the 6 children while the West moved. Jacqueline West later called her to say they had moved to California City, Martinez said. Martinez said she took the West some plants for their new home. Martinez has identified photos of the plants taken on her phone. Her phone was given to law enforcement to extract information. There were some messages from Jacqueline asking when she was arriving at the Cal City home. Martinez said she just got the plants from the car, then she left. Martinez said she just got the plants from the car, then she left the Cal City home. Jacqueline helped her get the plants from the car. Martinez said she didn't go into the home that day. During video chats with her daughter, she never talked with the children. Martinez said it was weird that she wouldn't show them, she said. Martinez said she found out the boys were missing when the FBI came to her home. In December 2020, Trezell West dropped Jacqueline off and they went to eat tacos, Martinez said. She said Jacqueline told her Trezell and the kids were going to Trezell's mom's. This was around December 5th or 6th. Day 6 of the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, April 12th, 2023. The West are charged with murder and other offenses in the deaths of Orrin 4 and Orson 3, 2 of their adopted children. Their bodies have not been found, but prosecutors say they were killed 3 months before the West reported them missing. The West have pleaded not guilty, and defense counsel has said they have nothing to do with the boys' disappearance in December 2020. Maria Martinez, Jacqueline West's mother, is back on the stand. Prosecutor Eric Smith is playing an interview Martinez had with authorities on December 23, 2020, 2 days after the West reported the children missing. Martinez said Jacqueline West came to visit her after the West moved to California City. She said she didn't see the children and believed they were in the West van. Jacqueline West stayed with her a couple of hours, she said. Trezell came back later to load wooden planks. Martinez said she still didn't see the kids and Trezell and Jacqueline left. Martinez in the video said Jacqueline told her the kids were with Trezell's mom. The video has ended. Smith is questioning Martinez. She said on the day referred to in the interview, she's not sure how much time she spent with her daughter. She believes it was an hour. Martinez said she went to a friend's house that day. The only one that I have, she said. She can't remember her friend's last name. Martinez said Trezell West had been trying to load wood into the van, but it wouldn't fit. She said she was present with her friend. The West left and said they were going to pick up the children, Martinez said. That was the one time the couple visited her after moving from Bakersfield to California City, she said. Martinez said the FBI went to her house after Orrin and Orson were reported missing. She called Jacqueline West, then went to see her at the Cal City home. Martinez isn't sure what day she visited. At some point, she spoke with Bakersfield police detectives, Martinez said. Smith has asked Martinez to identify Facebook messaging between her and her daughter in August 2020. Martinez says she doesn't recognize it. Smith displayed a photo showing 2 of the West children, not Orrin or Orson, in Jacqueline West's home. Smith circled 2 chairs in the photo, and Martinez said that's where the babies would sit. Smith is now displaying photos of the California City home and asking Martinez to identify different areas in it. When she went to the house before the children were reported missing, she doesn't know if she went inside because she was on her way to San Fernando, Martinez says. Martinez said the children were all there the one time, but she didn't pay attention. They were playing with their father, she said. Martinez said she walked into the dining room and it was just her and Jacqueline in the dining room. She said Jacqueline had coffee ready for her and she left shortly after. When Martinez left the dining room, she said goodbye and they shouted goodbye, she said. She said she didn't focus on the children. The children didn't leave the room. They were playing games, Martinez said. She didn't stop and speak to each grandchild. She didn't look at their faces. After the West moved to Cal City, Martinez visited them 2 times, she said. Asked if she focused in and saw Orrin and Orson, Martinez said she always saw them together in the living room. Smith asked for clarification, and Martinez said their backs were facing her and they were playing. Then she reiterated she never focused on any of the children. Martinez claims to have seen all the children, but admitted saying she didn't focus on them when visiting. Smith ended his questioning, and Fatima Rodriguez, one of Jacqueline West's attorneys, has begun cross-examination. Martinez said 2 men from the FBI went to her home. They did not speak Spanish, and Martinez is a Spanish speaker. Martinez testified the agents used a cell phone to translate and speak with her. Martinez said her testimony to the agents was not that she didn't know Orrin and Orson's names, but didn't know how to pronounce them. Martinez said she was not able to clarify her answers during the interview, even after a BPD officer arrived and translated. When she visited the West at their home on October 10, 2020, Martinez said she walked past them and said hi, then had a cup of coffee with her daughter. She said all the children were there playing. Under questioning by Rodriguez, Martinez said nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Martinez testified the FBI examined her phone. She said she had Facebook video chats from her daughter on the phone. Rodriguez is asking Martinez if she doesn't remember exchanging messages with Jacqueline Martinez about how Jacqueline and Trezell were looking at a house in Cal City. Testimony is focusing on interactions Martinez had with the West after they moved to Cal City, the few visits she had. Martinez said she was repeatedly interviewed by law enforcement and said she was told she'd be charged with a crime if she lied. CPS came to her home once and asked to check for bruising or marks on her own adopted children, Martinez said. Fatima asked when officers questioned Martinez regarding the boy's disappearance if she was told she'd be charged with a crime if she covered for Jacqueline. Martinez says yes, it happened multiple times, she said. Rodriguez ended her questioning, and now Victor Nasser, one of Trezell West's attorneys, is questioning her. Nasser asked a couple of quick questions, then ended. Now Prosecutor Eric Smith is again questioning her. Martinez says she hardly saw Jacqueline West in 2020. She said she simply doesn't like to visit. In 2020, Martinez said she didn't know the names of Orrin and Orson. Smith is showing Martinez video clips of her speaking with law enforcement. He's going to move the clips into evidence and provide transcripts to the jury. In one of the clips, Martinez said she doesn't know the children's name because they were changed. Smith asked if that referred to her knowing the names of Orrin and Orson, and she said correct. In another clip, Martinez tells law enforcement she didn't like to visit her daughter when Trezell West was present. Martinez testified she couldn't talk to him and felt uncomfortable. Prosecutor Eric Smith ended questioning, and Fatima Rodriguez, an attorney of Jacqueline West, asked her if her primary language is Spanish. She said yes. Martinez said she can't speak with Trezell West because he doesn't speak Spanish, but she likes him very much. Martinez has been excused. Latoya Spry Sanders has been called to the stand. Sanders said she has foster children. She began doing that in 2008. The agency she went through was Safe Haven. There's a home inspection, interviews, training, Sanders said. There's training required every year to stay licensed, Sanders said. She currently has 2 foster children and 4 biological children. Safe Haven made contact with her once a week and a county social worker once a month when fostering a child. After adoption, there are no check-ins on a regular basis, Sanders said. Smith showed Sanders photos of Orrin and Orson West. She said she recognizes them. I fostered them, she said, becoming emotional. She fostered Orrin beginning December 12, 2017, when he was almost 4 months old. She fostered him until March 9, 2018. She fostered Orson when he was 11 days old, Sanders said. She fostered him also until March 9, 2018. Orrin was named Sincere Pettis, and Orson was named Classic Pettis at the time she fostered them. She said Orrin was a happy little baby. When she first got him, he finished therapy for an injury to his leg. When she first got him, he finished therapy for an injury to his leg. Sanders said she fostered Orrin a little over a year. There were 4 other children in the home. They were family. My children were accepting of him, Sanders said. The children loved him, Sanders said. He needed a little more care because of his injury, but I immediately bonded to him, she said. Orrin went to Harvey Hall School and learned ABCs, colors, shapes, she said. Asked if she ever separated Orrin from the other children, Sanders said never. Sanders said she also cared for Orson about a year. He was the baby, she said. Sanders is teary-eyed, her voice trembling at times as she testifies. Orson went to Harvey Hall for 4 to 5 months. How close was she to him? I was his mom, Sanders said. I have thousands of pictures of them, Sanders said, of Orrin and Orson. Every picture that you see out there is from me. CPS came to Sanders' home after her eldest daughter went to school with a scrape on her leg, and somehow her husband became accused of kicking her. She said she raised her voice to the CPS worker, and Orrin and Orson were later removed. I fought the county to have them returned to me until the day they were adopted out, Sanders said. Everything alleged about the girl being kicked was unsubstantiated, she said. Before that incident, the process of adopting the boys was about to begin, Sanders said. Sanders said she received a phone call from the morning of December 22nd, 2020, from the biological mother telling her the boys had been reported missing. We had 1,000 questions, and we didn't know what to do, she said. I was pissed off, Sanders said. She went to Cal City, knocked on the West door, and asked them what happened. What the West told her didn't hold any weight, she said. They told her they were sorry and didn't know what happened, Sanders said. She left after the West did an interview. I was attached to them, Sanders said of the boys. I needed them more than they needed me. Sanders said she had grown close with the boys' biological mother. They were like family, she said. Smith ended questioning, and Jacqueline West's attorney, Alexia Torres-Stallings, has begun cross-examination. Sanders said she had just started the process of adopting the boys when they were removed. Regarding the incident with her daughter, the school made a referral to CPS, Sanders said. It had nothing to do with the other children in her home, only her daughter, she said. Only her foster children were removed. Her 6-year-old daughter, the one with the scrape, was allowed to stay, Sanders said. She said the CPS worker was responsible for that, had the kids removed 3 hours after going to her home. Sanders said the CPS worker thought she was overwhelmed with having 6 kids and taking the 3 foster children would decrease her stress. A BPD officer was at her home while CPS was there. She was never charged with the crime. Asked if she had other issues with CPS, Sanders said nothing to that extent. Anyone can make a CPS referral, Sanders said. They can be a complete stranger and ask for you to be investigated. Torres Stallings asked if children can make a ridiculous statement. that can lead to trouble with CPS. Sanders agreed that's true. There were also comfort calls between the mother and children. Sanders said Dean reached out to her after the boys were reported missing. They got information from the news. When Orrin and Orson were taken from her, she wasn't allowed to see them anymore, Sanders said. She said CPS worker Fernando Roca made that decision. Dean, the biological mother, could still visit the boys, but she could not, Sanders said. There is a process where a foster parent can tell the agency a foster child needs to be removed. Sanders said that she has had to do that in the past. When her daughter had a scrape, Roca interviewed both the daughter 6 and her 14-year-old at the time, Sanders said. She said she didn't find out what she was accused of until she filed a complaint. Sanders testified she was never interviewed by law enforcement regarding the boy's disappearance. The first time she testified was about a year ago. That's the first time she spoke officially about the case. It appears that testimony would have been for the grand jury, which indicted the West about a year ago. Tori Stallings finished her questioning. Sanders has been excused. John Ryan, a Bakersfield police officer, has taken the stand. He's a liaison officer with the FBI, working hand in hand with both agencies. Ryan has been a detective for almost 3 years. On December 22, 2020, Ryan went to California City regarding Orrin and Orson going missing. Ryan testified he went to the Aspen Avenue, where the boys' home is located, and was there for about an hour. He canvassed the area, knocked on doors, and tried to turn up leads. He said he eventually worked with Officer Brian Hansen from Cal City PD. He was present when the West were interviewed at the police department. Ryan said he asked questions during the interview. He said he tried to build rapport with Trezell West by asking basic questions about his childhood, schooling, where he worked, etc. He wanted to get a baseline as to how Trezell communicated with him. With Jacqueline West, Ryan said he took over the interview, asking questions to get her side of the story and details from when the boys were reported missing. Shown video of his interview with Jacqueline West, Ryan has identified the other officers in the room, including an FBI agent. The video will be played. Transcripts are being provided to the jury. The transcripts appear to be about an inch thick. Smith has begun playing the video. Jacqueline West and an FBI agent enter an interview room. Jacqueline West sits in the interview room with her head in her hands. An officer enters the room, and the FBI agent begins asking questions. Jacqueline gives the ages and names of her children. The interview appears to be about an hour and 7 minutes long. The agent asks her to walk him through the night the boys were reported missing. She says Trezell was gathering wood and came inside. Then they couldn't find the boys. She says she was wrapping gifts at the time. It was around 5 p.m. when the kids were playing outside. She said they were playing about 15 minutes before Trezell came inside. Trezell had been gathering wood for a fire in the fireplace, Jacqueline West says. She says they first started looking for the boys in the bedrooms, then cabinets and the garage and back and front yards. John Ryan enters the interview room, asks to speak with a Cal City police officer, and the two of them leave the room. The FBI agent continues to question Jacqueline West. Jacqueline West says the kids are stubborn and gives a little chuckle. The FBI agent asked about favorite toys, TV shows. Jacqueline West speaks very quietly in the interview. It's hard to make out some of her responses. The boys are never let out in the front yard because there's no fence, Jacqueline says. The backyard is completely fenced in. Jacqueline West says the side gate in the backyard had been open because her husband was gathering wood. The other officer and Ryan came back into the room. The officer says she's not under arrest and is free to leave at any time she wants. Ryan then begins asking questions. Jacqueline West says the boys were adopted April 2019. She says she and her husband have fostered and adopted children before. Jacqueline West says all 4 of her adopted children were adopted on the same day. She tells Detective Ryan she also has 2 biological children. They're the oldest of her 6. Jacqueline West says her mom got her into foster care. Her mom got her into it. Jacqueline says she's moved around a lot, but is from LA. We wanted to get away from everybody, she says, of moving to Cal City. She heard an ad about Cal City being a good place to live to start your own business. They also didn't want contact with the boys' biological family. Life was great when they moved to Cal City in September 2020, Jacqueline says. Her husband was working on his music. She says they got $1,000 a month for each of their 4 adopted children. The children are homeschooled, then she cooks and cleans, is always busy, Jacqueline says. Jacqueline says the other 4 children were dropped off at their grandmother's on Saturday. All the kids were with them when the 4 were dropped off, according to her interview. We don't ever really leave them, Jacqueline says of Orrin and Orson. She says the grandmother hasn't seen the 2 youngest for a while. The grandmother in question is Trezell West's mother. As to her mother, Jacqueline West says she's not really involved. Jacqueline says she doesn't really talk to her brother, and her sister lives in Oregon. Jacqueline West says she didn't call her mother the night the boys went missing because she wouldn't be able to do anything and she didn't want to stress her out. Her mother sometimes video chats with the children, but not often, Jacqueline says. After dropping the 4 children off, they stopped at a gas station and went back to Cal City, Jacqueline says. She's attempting to explain which gas station they went to, but says she's not exactly sure where it is. She says Trezell knows streets better than her. Jacqueline provides more information about the gas station and says they went to McDonald's too. They paid in cash. Jacqueline says on Sunday, they did the same thing they do almost every day. For her, it appears to be a lot of cooking and cleaning and hanging out. She says she talked to her sister that day. On Monday, she got up and started making coffee, fed the pets, started washing, made breakfast. She says her other children had called from Grandma's house, but didn't talk with Orrin and Orson. She says those 2 don't like talking on the phone. At midday, she sketched, Jacqueline says. The kids were playing in the playroom, according to her interview. She says they don't take naps. Do you want to see them? Do you want your kids back? Detective Ryan asked as he prods Jacqueline to provide more details about what happened the night they were reported missing. She replies in the affirmative, is speaking calmly. Jacqueline talks about searching for the boys, the areas she and Trezell went. I don't know, she says, when asked where she thinks they went. They don't go anywhere. The boys can't get through the fence when it's locked, but she says Trezell had left it open. Jacqueline says they believe the boys went out the gate. Ryan is pressing her on how long she searched, where she went, if she spoke with neighbors. Jacqueline says she looked everywhere in the house the children could be. She says after the police arrived, she and Trezell were told to stay in the house. She says she thinks someone has the boys in a house. Prosecutor Eric Smith has paused the video. Trezell and Jacqueline West are reading a transcript of the interview held by defense lawyer Victor Nasser. Ryan asked Jacqueline what she'll say to her other kids. She says she'll tell them Orrin and Orson are missing. Ryan asked her to explain why her 4 other children say they haven't seen Orrin and Orson for months. Ryan says even her 10-year-old son says they haven't seen the boy in months. Jacqueline says she doesn't know why they would say months. Maybe something was misinterpreted. She says they see each other every day. Jacqueline West says she has spanked her kids in the past for misbehaving, but she doesn't like to do that. Usually discipline involves withholding a sweet snack or Trezell giving them a tongue lashing, she says. Ryan says the kids are telling authorities differently. He says he's not going to tell her what the kids said. You're showing no emotion. You haven't even shed a tear, Ryan says. He raises his voice and says he wants answers because it's freezing cold outside and the boys are probably starving. He says he thinks there's more to this incident. Jacqueline says her kids would lie, and she doesn't know why. I don't know why they would say that. She says of them saying they haven't seen Orrin and Orson for months. She says they don't get along. It sounds bad, Jacqueline says. It sounds really bad, Ryan responds. Are you trying to hide something for your husband? Ryan asks. No, she says. He asked if an accident happened and they panicked and did something to the babies. He says it sounds like they made up an alibi because Christmas was coming up and people would find out. Ryan presses her for a true story, saying they will find out eventually. Jacqueline says she's not lying and gives them permission to search the house and the van. Ryan says 4 children aren't going to lie and separately give the same story. Jacqueline blames the pandemic for people not seeing the 2 youngest. Ryan doesn't buy it. Says he has kids too, and you can't keep 6 kids locked up in a home to the point where no one sees them. Doesn't it look weird to you? Ryan asks. He tells her what she's saying doesn't make sense. An officer says other family members have been crying, but neither she nor Trezell have shed a tear. Ryan tells her not to fake cry in front of them. You should feel guilty because something happened to these babies. He accuses her of withholding info. Ryan says each of her other 4 children gave them the same story. They haven't seen the boys in months. Jacqueline says she's feeling regret for calling the authorities because now she and Trezell are being blamed. Ryan leaves the interview room. Another officer keeps questioning her. Jacqueline maintains she's telling the truth. The officer tells her they've checked everything. They weren't at that house, he says. He tells her she and Trezell had a good plan, but there are always holes authorities will find. She says she knows how it looks, but it's not what happened. Jacqueline says her other children are little kids who will say anything. The FBI agent tells her this is her chance to tell the truth. He says that what she's told them is not adding up. I don't think you care about those 2 kids, he tells her. He asks why she won't show emotion. Jacqueline says she can't, not in front of them. Ryan has re-entered and asked if she adopted the children for the money. Ryan says he believes she's sticking up for her husband because of something he did. Jacqueline says she's not hiding anything. You know something bad happened, he says. He keeps telling her to come clean and tell them what happened or go to jail. And Jacqueline says the boys were in the backyard. It is slim, Ryan says, of the odds of a random person taking the children. None of the evidence supports what she's telling them, he says. So everybody in your family is lying except for you and your husband? An officer asks. Jacqueline says she doesn't know what they're saying. Ryan asks if her 2 oldest children are lying to a police officer. She says they have lied before. It looks bad. It does, Jacqueline says. Ryan says she's the key to finding the children. I don't believe you're telling me everything, he says. Ryan says 2 babies are missing and they have no clues. And what she has said is not making sense. But you know what we truly believe? That you have answers to questions we have. Prosecutor Eric Smith has paused the video. This is the 7th day of the trial of Jacqueline and Trezell West. April 13th, 2023. They're charged with murder and other crimes in the deaths of their adopted sons, Classic and Sincere, also known as Orrin 4 and Orson 3. Their bodies have not been found. Prosecutor Eric Smith has resumed playing an interview authorities conducted with Jacqueline West on December 22nd, 2020, the day after the West reported the boys missing. Prosecutors say the boys died 3 months before being reported missing. Bakersfield Police Detective John Ryan has been in charge of the interview, more than an hour of which was played yesterday. He tells Jacqueline she's withholding information. She says she loves the boys, but it's not the same emotion as with her biological children. She said that in response to Ryan telling her that if his kids were missing, he'd be going crazy. She has shown little emotion during the interview and has been called on it. Ryan tells her he can see it in her face that she wants to tell them something. He says she's trying to save her husband from something he did. The children should be all she cares about. This is the time to tell us right now, he says. If you're going to lie for some, lowlife who did something crazy to a kid, you're not going to take care of your own kids, Ryan says. He tells her her other children are in protective custody. Are you serious? Jacqueline says. Ryan keeps working on her. He says she needs to tell the truth. He says he doesn't know 100% if she had any involvement in this, but he thinks she's a good person. He's not worth you lying for, Ryan says of Trezell. Jacqueline denies lying, saying she's told them everything. You're telling us what you want us to know, Ryan said. You're not telling us everything. Ryan asks who she's protecting. Trezell? An uncle? A cousin? Somebody has those two babies, he says. Another officer notes she told them they cried a lot and were a lot to handle. She's asked if she gave them away. People sell babies, Ryan says. People put babies in the sex trade. He says there are all sorts of things people do. He says there are hundreds of people searching California City to find the boys. He asks if they're looking pointlessly. Ryan asks if the boys are buried in her yard or somewhere else. Nothing like that happened, Jacqueline says. She says they were alive when she saw them at the house. Officers tell her the boys weren't at the house. I can live with myself, Jacqueline says. She says she's fine. She's okay with them looking through her phone and investigating her. Ryan again tells her surveillance footage picks up her husband leaving, police showing up, but no children. He asks if she thinks that's odd. She says yes, but she doesn't have answers. Ryan points out she said if her two biological kids went missing, she'd be freaking out. Jacqueline said she didn't mean that she doesn't care about the other children. Everything I said is getting twisted, Jacqueline said. The video has frozen. Prosecutor Eric Smith is working to fix it. Smith said he has other witnesses in the hallway he can call while the computer is being fixed. Charles Pettis has been called to the stand. Change of plans, Eric Smith said. He called Josiah West instead. Josiah West is 27. His father is Philip West, mother Wanda West. He has two brothers. One of them is Trezell West. Josiah said he's the youngest brother. In January 2020, Josiah was living with his parents at a home on Potomac Avenue. He said Trezell was living in an apartment. He visited Trezell once or twice every 5 months. Josiah said he would watch the West kids. He mentioned watching just two of the boys. He said he was there just to babysit. Trezell would also bring children to his parents' home, Josiah said. All the kids would come, including Oren and Orson. Josiah said he had a normal relationship with his brother. Smith is asking about the children, what they were like. Josiah is describing each of the children, their personalities. Oren played with all of the boys. Orson was similar to his brother. They didn't speak a lot, were concerned with playing or being around the adults. They interacted with the other boys a lot. In 2020, he learned Trezell planned to move to Cal City, Josiah said. He said he wasn't aware when the move took place, but said his mother helped them move. Josiah says he believes his mother was only gone one day helping with the move. He never visited them in Cal City. He said he was busy with other things. Moving to the weekend of December 19, 2020, Josiah says CPS showed up and spoke with his parents and let them know there was a situation and it was best to remove the children from the house until it was figured out. The children had been at the home on Potomac for a couple of hours, maybe less, Josiah says. All the boys except Oren and Orson were there. Josiah said he wasn't informed where the other 4 children were taken. He said he eventually was able to see the children again for brief interactions. Josiah said he remembers a visit by Trezell and Jacqueline West around the first week of December 2020. He said the 4 older kids would have been there. He babysat them. They made a gingerbread house. Trezell was gone about 2 hours, Josiah said. He said he didn't tell him where he was going. Josiah said he didn't see Oren and Orson that day. Later in the month, when the other boys arrived, he also didn't see Oren or Orson. At no point in December did he see Oren or Orson, Josiah said. He never saw them after Trezell and Jacqueline West moved to Cal City. Smith has finished questioning Josiah. Timothy Hennessy, lead attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. Under questions from Hennessy, Josiah said his relationship with Trezell was lackluster and they didn't see eye to eye. They argued over a lot of things, including what type of dog food to buy. Josiah said he was involved with work and school once all the boys had been adopted by the West. Josiah said he was involved with work and school once all the boys had been adopted by the West. When he spoke to the FBI, he wasn't certain about the ages of the boys. Josiah had told the FBI he had seen videos on his mother's phone of all the children. Hennessy finished questioning now. Alexia Torres Stallings, Jacqueline West's lead attorney, is conducting cross-examination. She asked if the two other children would be described as slow. Josiah said that's a loaded term and he wouldn't use it. But they weren't as fast at picking up things as the oldest children. Josiah said his family spent a lot of time helping them communicate. With one of the children, there was a learning process, teaching him not to get physical or violent when he didn't get what he wanted. Moving to Orrin, Josiah said he was the type to make noises, stutter, mumble, or cry to communicate what he wanted. He doesn't know if that was because of his age, something he would grow out of. Orrin was the same way, he said. On December 22nd, 2020, when CPS visited, Josiah was home when an officer came to interview the four other children. The officer made sure the adults were in other rooms when the kids were interviewed, Josiah said. The children would have been sleeping when the officer arrived. Josiah said the officer later said the Cal City home resembled a military garrison. Torres Stallings is asking if the children ate anything before interviewed by the officer. Josiah said CPS arrived afterward with snacks. Josiah said after the children were taken, they made attempts to reach out to the children after taking classes to become foster parents, but it was to no avail. Josiah said it appeared CPS did not want his side of the family to speak openly with the children. Their interactions were limited. On December 19, 2020, when the other children were dropped off, Josiah said he gave Trezell a hug and told him he loved him, hoped things would go well in their new home. Asked if the van was running, Josiah said it was, and he didn't look inside it. Josiah has been excused. Sergeant Daniel McClive is testifying, joining through Zoom. He is with the Bakersfield Police Department. McClive has previously analyzed digital devices for the department, including cell phones and computers. McClive is going over his qualifications and training. McClive testified he would receive an item from an officer or get it from the property room to extract information from it. It's possible to get call logs, text messages, chats from different locations, location data, web history from a phone, McClive said. Sometimes it's not possible to download info. Then they'll manually review info. With a DVR system, they'll remove the device's internal storage and try to get info from it. They'll copy a hard drive's contents or connect it to an item to examine it. Certain software can look for video files on the DVR. Regarding this case, McClive examined a Samsung Galaxy phone on December 30th, 2020. He retrieved info and gave it to a detective. McClive said he also received a hard disk drive from an FBI investigator. It contained forensic copies of certain data from multiple devices. McClive is going over items received from the FBI agent and what he did with them. McClive is telling prosecutor Eric Smith the devices examined and whether information was obtained, but is not going into specifics about the information. Smith showed McClive 2 pages through the Zoom camera. They're related to a Swan DVR. Other pages have been shown to McClive. They're a portion of a report from Night Owl DVR data. Smith ended his questioning. Victor Nasser, one of Trezell West's attorneys, has begun cross-examination. Nasser is asking about the report Smith just showed McClive. Regarding the Swan DVR report, Nasser said it shows a total number of clips. He asked if McClive was aware of the location where video was captured. McClive said he wasn't. McClive said he believes he was advised the video was from Cal City, but not specifically where. Regarding the night owl, both DVRs have many thousands of clips. The earliest clips listed as September 10th, 2020, and the latest September 14th, 2020. Going back to the Swan DVR, the earliest clip was December 8th, 2020, and the latest clip was December 27th, 2020. Nassar asked if anyone prior to McClive's analysis had analyzed the DVRs. McClive said he doesn't know if anyone outside his office analyzed them. It's his understanding the DVRs were later returned to their owners, McClive said. Nassar ended his questioning. McClive has been excused. Charles Pettis has been called to the stand. He's the biological father of Orson West. The child's birth name was Classic Pettis. Pettis said he became aware he was Orson's father after going to court. He had taken a paternity test. He found out Orrin and Orson were reported missing when he got a call while playing a video game at a family member's house. I was real upset and scared, Pettis said. He said he called his mom, didn't really know what to do. He eventually went to Cal City with family to try to find out what happened. Pettis said he was there for about 30 minutes to an hour when Trezell and Jacqueline West were questioned by the media. Pettis testified that was his first time in Cal City. Smith asked if he went to Cal City and kidnapped the boys. Pettis said no, and he stays in Bakersfield. A lot of his family came to support him after the boys disappeared. Smith asked if anyone in his family has the name or nickname of TT. Pettis said no. Smith ended his questioning. Torres Stallings has begun cross-examination. Pettis said he believed he was the biological father of both Orrin and Orson, but it was determined he was only Orson's father. Torres Stallings is trying to pin down when law enforcement first contacted Pettis. He said it might have been a couple of weeks. Torres Stallings has asked Pettis to read something on a laptop. Pettis said he remembers what she showed him, and he said he had to call officers about the case. Neither his phone nor computer were seized, he said. Has anyone prepared you for your testimony? Torres Stallings asked. He said he has stayed to himself because the case bothers him a lot. He said he hasn't listened to the case or discussed it with family members who have heard testimony. Pettis said a relative Torres Stallings identified has not given him information about others who have testified. Torres Stallings ended her questioning. Pettis has been excused. Prosecutor Eric Smith has called Ishelle Hill to the stand. She's an employee of Child Protective Services in Kern County. Hill supervises social workers who are focused on abuse or neglect. She was a social worker before her current supervisor status. Hill testified she worked in emergency response and investigated allegations of abuse or neglect. Members of the public, teachers, law enforcement would call in to report allegations, she said. Hill said she worked 4 years as an on-call social worker. She had to answer when the office was closed. She doesn't believe calls that come in are recorded. Info is entered into their child welfare system and generate a document for a referral. It lists previous investigations of the family, the current allegations. On December 21st, 2020, Hill was contacted by the California City Dispatch. The first phone call lasted about 5 minutes. She was told some names and was asked to verify if the adults were the adopted parents or not. Hill requested help from a backup social worker. Hill said she was not as proficient at looking up adopted children. It takes a lot more digging, she said. She received multiple other calls from Cal City that night, Hill said. She was in her car when she received initial calls. She wrote info on a yellow legal pad after pulling over. Hill said she wrote a report. Hill has identified the referral page. Attorney Alexia Torres Stallings requested a brief sidebar. The sidebar lasted less than a minute. Hill is explaining the referral. I give the date and time of the incident, a summary of the allegations. This allegation was classified by Hill on December 21st, 2020 as general neglect. The referral names the family members and gives their ages. One line says there is video footage of Orrin and Orson walking down the street. Hill said she believes she got that info from law enforcement. For context, Hill said she believes law enforcement was trying to get video, not that there actually was a video of the boys walking down the street. This referral went to a different social worker, Hill said. She had no involvement in the case other than taking the initial calls. Smith ended his questioning. Alexia Torres-Stallings, lead counsel for Jacqueline West, is about to begin cross-examination. Hill has testified 3 times on this case. Asked the first time she was contacted by law enforcement about it, Hill says she doesn't recall. Torres-Stallings gave her a report to review. According to the report, the first time Hill was contacted by law enforcement was 3 days before she was due to testify the first time. Hill said there was a meeting with county council and other county employees before she testified the first time. A number of people were present. Hill said she was directed on how to prepare herself. Did you talk about what it was you could or could not say in your testimony? Torres-Stallings asked. Hill said she was not told to say certain things or to change things during her testimony. Torres-Stallings is going over the referral. Hill confirmed she received the info from the referral from dispatch and law enforcement. CPS history entails any time they get a phone call about the family. Hill said it would list all the referrals they've received. That info would have been included in the 5-page report, she said. Officer Anthony was listed as the reporting party, Hill confirmed. He's with Cal City Police. Torres-Stallings is asking about when info held at CPS becomes permanent, if there is an ability to change details. Looking through another document, Hill said she was first contacted by someone from Cal City PD at 7:01 p.m. on December 21st, 2020. This is from a call log. She notated the amount of time each call took. Torres-Stallings asked her if she kept notes from that night. Hill said no. They shred them. There was no requirement to keep them or provide them to a supervisor. She believes she kept them about 6 months. Torres-Stallings is asking about the calls from each officer and how long they lasted. The referral form didn't include any allegations of abuse or neglect for the other 4 children, only general neglect for Orrin and Orson since they had gone missing, Hill said. Torres-Stallings is honing in on the line saying the boys were seen on video walking down the street. She asked Hill if it's true she never said the first time she testified that it was her belief officers were looking for video, not that there was video. Hill is reviewing a transcript from her testimony on January 7, 2022. She says all she was asked is where she got the information. Torres-Stallings asked if she talked about the case with other social workers when it came on the news. Maybe once or twice, Hill said. Hill testified she doesn't know when they talked about it. She said she wants to say yes to seeing or reading about a press conference the DA's office held about the case. She said she doesn't recall hearing the timeline of the DA's case. She didn't have the information for her initial testimony when the DA believed the boys had died 3 months before reported missing. But Torres-Stallings said she knew that by the time she testified for the second time. And it was at the time she said it was a miscommunication to say there was a video of the boys walking down the street, Torres-Stallings said. Hill said she doesn't remember saying miscommunication. She said she could have written the report so it was clearer police were looking for video. Torres-Stallings is giving her the transcript from the second time she testified. Hill says she doesn't know which social worker investigated the referral afterward. She agreed referrals can become part of a court proceeding. Under questioning by Torres-Stallings, Hill agreed it's important the information contained in the allegation is as correct as it can be. It's what starts the investigation by CPS. Did you receive information that there were no photographs in the home? Torres-Stallings asked. Yes, Hill said. She got that information from law enforcement, but didn't include it in her report. Torres-Stallings asked Hill if she logged phone calls or text messages she had with 2 other CPS workers the night the boys were reported missing. Hill said no. There is no record of those calls or text messages from that night or afterward, Hill said. Hill said she hasn't had contacts privately with other social workers about the West case. Tora Stallings ended her questioning. Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. Nasser is asking about training and qualifications for Hill's job. Up until the referral is submitted, it can be edited. Hill says she doesn't recall if she made any edits before the referral on December 21st, 2020 was submitted. Nasser is asking questions on the process of how a CPS investigation progresses. Nasser ended his questioning and Smith has begun redirect examination. Hill said the court proceeding she talked about earlier had to do with if parents should have access to their children, not criminal proceedings. Under questioning by Smith, Hill said she has to be given approval by a judge to testify because of the privacy rights of children. When she talked with county counsel, it was about getting approval to testify in this case. Hill said she doesn't remember if she read anything about press conferences held in this case. Smith showed a document showing Hill told law enforcement well over a year ago that she didn't know whether law enforcement had video, but the West thought neighbors might have video. Hill has been excused. Prosecutor Eric Smith resuming video, a portion for which was shown earlier today, of Jacqueline West being interviewed by authorities the day after the boys were reported missing. We appear to be near the end of the video. Jacqueline West and the other officers have left the interview room. Bakersfield Police Detective John Ryan, one of the officers who conducted the interview, is back on the witness stand. He said he took Jacqueline West's phone at the end of the interview. Ryan said they later interviewed Jacqueline a second time. Alexia Torres Stallings has asked for a sidebar, and the judge and the attorneys have left the room. The judge and attorneys are back. Judge Charles R. Brimmer has allowed the video to be admitted, and transcripts are being handed out to the jury. Smith is playing the video. Jacqueline West enters the room and takes a seat. An FBI agent has taken a seat. The interview is again being held at Cal City Police Department. John Ryan has entered the room twice and left. No questions have been asked. Ryan and another officer enter and the interview begins. He asks what she's thinking now that they've talked to her husband. Ryan tells her her other children are in protective custody and she's not going to see them tonight. They need to make sure they're safe. Jacqueline says that they're safe. The stuff that they told us, they're not going to lie that much about that many things, Ryan says of what her 4 other children have told authorities. He said the other children say they haven't seen Orrin and Orson for months. As with the first interview, Ryan keeps telling her to tell him the truth. Ryan tells Jacqueline her mother also says she hasn't seen Orrin and Orson in a long time. There are so many things that are not adding up, Ryan tells her. Jacqueline is telling him where the family went Saturday to get gas, pick up food, etc. Ryan tells her they're going to check all the surveillance cameras from the location she says they went to see if they were actually there. Ryan again tells her all 4 of her other children are telling authorities the exact same thing. He asks if she really believes all 4 children are going to make up a story and agree to tell it. The only thing I can think of is that they really don't like them, Jacqueline says of what the other 4 children have told authorities. The audio in this second clip is much softer than the first. Much of what is being said is difficult to hear. Prosecutor Eric Smith has turned up the audio. Ryan asks, when's the last time she saw Orrin and Orson? Yesterday, she responds. She says she physically saw them. Ryan tells her there are 2 babies missing in the cold desert. He says she's not being honest. He says her other kids won't be with her this Christmas because she's not being honest about what happened. He tells her she knows the boys didn't go missing yesterday. They've been missing. He says somebody did something to the kids. They didn't walk away on their own. Ryan tells her she had a conversation with Trezell about how the other kids couldn't handle Orrin and Orson. And the only way to make the family perfect again was to get rid of them. Jacqueline West keeps saying she's telling the truth. Ryan tells her that her and her husband's stories don't match, and he says her other children, smart kids, told them another story. Ryan tells her people make mistakes, horrible mistakes. He says she can't hide it forever. Jacqueline says the police are acting so mean. You're a mom. You're supposed to love your children. You're supposed to do everything in your power to protect them, Ryan tells her. He keeps telling her her other children are saying that she and Trezell kept telling her Orrin and Orson would be coming back soon. They haven't seen them in a while. They're saying that because it's the truth. No, Painted Black, it wasn't you. StreamYard restarted itself for some reason. So, my
No,
bad.
Painted Black, it wasn't you.
All right, I'm going to take it back a little bit because you guys, I think we're without sound for about 3 minutes. Josiah said he had a normal relationship with his brother. Smith is asking about the children, what they were like. Josiah is describing each of the children, their personalities. Orrin played with all of the boys. Orson was similar to his brother. They didn't speak a lot, were concerned with playing or being around the adults. They interacted with the other boys a lot. In 2020, he learned Trezell planned to move to Cal City, Josiah said. He said he wasn't aware when the move took place, but said his mother helped them move. Josiah says he believes his mother was only gone one day helping with the move. He never visited them in Cal City. He said he was busy with other things. Moving to the weekend of December 19, 2020, Josiah says CPS showed up and spoke with his parents and let them know there was a situation and it was best to remove the children from the house until it was figured out. The children had been at the home on Potomac for a couple of hours, maybe less, Josiah says. All the boys except Orrin and Orson were there. Josiah said he wasn't informed where the other 4 children were taken. He said he eventually was able to see the children again for brief interactions. Josiah said he remembers a visit by Trezell and Jacqueline West around the first week of December 2020. He said the 4 older kids would have been there. He babysat them. They made a gingerbread house. Trezell was gone about 2 hours, Josiah said. He said he didn't tell him where he was going. Josiah said he didn't see Orrin and Orson that day. Later in the month, when the other boys arrived, he also didn't see Orrin or Orson. At no point in December did he see Orrin or Orson, Josiah said. He never saw them after Trezell and Jacqueline West moved to Cal City. Smith has finished questioning Josiah. Timothy Hennessy, lead attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. Under questions from Hennessy, Josiah said his relationship with Trezell was lackluster and they didn't see eye to eye. They argued over a lot of things, including what type of dog food to buy. Josiah said he was involved with work and school once all the boys had been adopted by the West. Josiah said he was involved with work and school once all the boys had been adopted by the West. When he spoke to the FBI, he wasn't certain about the ages of the boys. Josiah had told the FBI he had seen videos on his mother's phone of all the children. Hennessy finished questioning now. Alexia Torres-Stallings, Jacqueline West's lead attorney, is conducting cross-examination. She asked if the 2 other children would be described as slow. Josiah said that's a loaded term and he wouldn't use it. But they weren't as fast at picking up things as the oldest children. Josiah said his family spent a lot of time helping them communicate. With one of the children, there was a learning process, teaching him not to get physical or violent when he didn't get what he wanted. Moving to Orrin, Josiah said he was the type to make noises, stutter, mumble, or cry to communicate what he wanted. He doesn't know if that was because of his age, something he would grow out of. Orrin was the same way, he said. On December 22nd, 2020, when CPS visited, Josiah was home when an officer came to interview the 4 other children. The officer made sure the adults were in other rooms when the kids were interviewed, Josiah said. The children would have been sleeping when the officer arrived. Josiah said the officer later said the Cal City home resembled a military garrison. Torres-Stallings is asking if the children ate anything before interviewed by the officer. Josiah said CPS arrived afterward with snacks. Josiah said after the children were taken, they made attempts to reach out to the children after taking classes to become foster parents, but it was to no avail. Josiah said it appeared CPS did not want his side of the family to speak openly with the children. Their interactions were limited. On December 19, 2020, when the other children were dropped off, Josiah said he gave Trezell a hug and told him he loved him, hoped things would go well in their new home. Asked if the van was running, Josiah said it was, and he didn't look inside it. Josiah has been excused. Sergeant Daniel McClive is testifying, joining through Zoom. He is with the Bakersfield Police Department. McClive has previously analyzed digital devices for the department, including cell phones and computers. McClive is going over his qualifications and training. McClive testified he would receive an item from an officer or get it from the property room to extract information from it. It's possible to get call logs, text messages, chats from different locations, location data, web history from a phone, McClive said. Sometimes it's not possible to download info. Then they'll manually review info. With a DVR system, they'll remove the device's internal storage and try to get info from it. They'll copy a hard drive's contents or connect it to an item to examine it. Certain software can look for video files on the DVR. Regarding this case, McClive examined a Samsung Galaxy phone on December 30th, 2020. He retrieved info and gave it to a detective. McClive said he also received a hard disk drive from an FBI investigator. It contained forensic copies of certain data from multiple devices. McClive is going over items received from the FBI agent and what he did with them. McClive is telling prosecutor Eric Smith the device is examined and whether information was obtained, but is not going into specifics about the information. Smith showed McClive 2 pages through the Zoom camera. They're related to a Swan DVR. Other pages have been shown to McClive. They're a portion of a report from Night Owl DVR data. Smith ended his questioning. Victor Nasser, one of Trezell West's attorneys, has begun cross-examination. Nasser is asking about the report Smith just showed McClive. Regarding the Swan DVR report, Nasser said it shows a total number of clips. He asked if McClive was aware of the location where video was captured. McClive said he wasn't. McClive said he believes he was advised the video was from Cal City, but not specifically where. Regarding the Night Owl, both DVRs have many thousands of clips. The earliest clips listed as September 10th, 2020, and the latest September 14th, 2020. Going back to the Swan DVR, the earliest clip was December 8th, 2020, and the latest clip was December 27th, 2020. Nasser asked if anyone prior to McClive's analysis had analyzed the DVRs. McClive said he doesn't know if anyone outside his office analyzed them. It's his understanding the DVRs were later returned to their owners, McClive said. Nasser ended his questioning. McClive has been excused. Charles Pettis has been called to the stand. He's the biological father of Orson West. The child's birth name was Classic Pettis. Pettis said he became aware he was Orson's father after going to court. He had taken a paternity test. He found out Orrin and Orson were reported missing when he got a call while playing a video game at a family member's house. I was real upset and scared, Pettis said. He said he called his mom, didn't really know what to do. He eventually went to Cal City with family to try to find out what happened. Pettis said he was there for about 30 minutes to an hour when Trezell and Jacqueline West were questioned by the media. Pettis testified that was his first time in Cal City. Smith asked if he went to Cal City and kidnapped the boys. Pettis said no, and he stays in Bakersfield. A lot of his family came to support him after the boys disappeared. Smith asked if anyone in his family has the name or nickname of TT. Pettis said no. Smith ended his questioning. Torres Stallings has begun cross-examination. Pettis said he believed he was the biological father of both Orrin and Orson, but it was determined he was only Orson's father. Torres Stallings is trying to pin down when law enforcement first contacted Pettis. He said it might have been a couple of weeks. Torres Stallings has asked Pettis to read something on a laptop. Pettis said he remembers what she showed him, and he said he had to call officers about the case. Neither his phone nor computer were seized, he said. Has anyone prepared you for your testimony? Torres Stallings asked. He said he has stayed to himself because the case bothers him a lot. He said he hasn't listened to the case or discussed it with family members who have heard testimony. Pettis said a relative Torres Stallings identified has not given him information about others who have testified. Torres Stallings ended her questioning. Pettis has been excused. Prosecutor Eric Smith has called Ishelle Hill to the stand. She's an employee of Child Protective Services in Kern County. Hill supervises social workers who are focused on abuse or neglect. She was a social worker before her current supervisor status. Hill testified she worked in emergency response and investigated allegations of abuse or neglect. Members of the public, teachers, law enforcement would call in to report allegations, she said. Hill said she worked 4 years as an on-call social worker. She had to answer when the office was closed. She doesn't believe calls that come in are recorded. Info is entered into their child welfare system and generate a document for a referral. It lists previous investigations of the family, the current allegations. On December 21st, 2020, Hill was contacted by the California City Dispatch. The first phone call lasted about 5 minutes. She was told some names and was asked to verify if the adults were the adopted parents or not. Hill requested help from a backup social worker. Hill said she was not as proficient at looking up adopted children. It takes a lot more digging, she said. She received multiple other calls from Cal City that night, Hill said. She was in her car when she received initial calls. She wrote info on a yellow legal pad after pulling over. Hill said she wrote a report. Hill has identified the referral page. Attorney Alexia Torres-Stallings requested a brief sidebar. The sidebar lasted less than a minute. Hill is explaining the referral. I give the date and time of the incident, a summary of the allegations. This allegation was classified by Hill on December 21st, 2020 as general neglect. The referral names the family members and gives their ages. One line says there is video footage of Orrin Orson walking down the street. Hill said she believes she got that info from law enforcement. For context, Hill said she believes law enforcement was trying to get video, not that there actually was a video of the boys walking down the street. This referral went to a different social worker, Hill said. She had no involvement in the case other than taking the initial calls. Smith ended his questioning. Alexia Torres-Stallings, lead counsel for Jacqueline West, begins cross-examination. Hill has testified 3 times on this case. Asked the first time she was contacted by law enforcement about it, Hill says she doesn't recall. Torres-Stallings gave her a report to review. According to the report, the first time Hill was contacted by law enforcement was 3 days before she was due to testify the first time. Hill said there was a meeting with county council and other county employees before she testified the first time. A number of people were present. Hill said she was directed on how to prepare herself. Did you talk about what it was you could or could not say in your testimony? Torres-Stallings asked. Hill said she was not told to say certain things or to change things during her testimony. Torres-Stallings is going over the referral. Hill confirmed she received the info from the referral from dispatch and law enforcement. CPS history entails any time they get a phone call about the family. Hill said it would list all the referrals they've received. That info would have been included in the 5-page report, she said. Officer Anthony was listed as the reporting party, Hill confirmed. He's with Cal City Police. Torres-Stallings is asking about when info held at CPS becomes permanent, if there is an ability to change details. Looking through another document, Hill said she was first contacted by someone from Cal City PD at 7:01 p.m. on December 21st, 2020. This is from a call log. She notated the amount of time each call took. Torres-Stallings asked her if she kept notes from that night. Hill said no. They shred them. There is no requirement to keep them or provide them to a supervisor. She believes she kept them about 6 months. Torres-Stallings is asking about the calls from each officer and how long they lasted. The referral form didn't include any allegations of abuse or neglect for the other 4 children, only general neglect for Orrin and Orson since they had gone missing, Hill said. Torres-Stallings is honing in on the line saying the boys were seen on video walking down the street. She asked Hill if it's true she never said the first time she testified that it was her belief officers were looking for video, not that there was video. Hill is reviewing a transcript from her testimony on January 7, 2022. She says all she was asked is where she got the information. Tori Stallings asked if she talked about the case with other social workers when it came on the news. Maybe once or twice, Hill said. Hill testified she doesn't know when they talked about it. She said she wants to say yes to seeing or reading about a press conference the DA's office held about the case. She said she doesn't recall hearing the timeline of the DA's case. She didn't have the information for her initial testimony when the DA believed the boys had died 3 months before reported missing. Tori Stallings said she knew that by the time she testified for the second time. And it was at the time she said it was a miscommunication to say there was a video of the boys walking down the street, Tori Stallings said. Hill said she doesn't remember saying miscommunication. She said she could have written the report so it was clearer police were looking for video. Tori Stallings is giving her the transcript from the second time she testified. Hill said she doesn't know which social worker investigated the referral afterward. She agreed referrals can become part of a court proceeding. Under questioning by Tori Stallings, Hill agreed it's important the information contained in the allegation is as correct as it can be. It's what starts the investigation by CPS. Did you receive information that there were no photographs in the home? Tori Stallings asked. Yes, Hill said. She got that information from law enforcement, but didn't include it in her report. Tori Stallings asked Hill if she logged phone calls or text messages she had with 2 other CPS workers the night the boys were reported missing. Hill said no. There is no record of those calls or text messages from that night or afterward, Hill said. Hill says she hasn't had contacts privately with other social workers about the West case. Tori Stallings ended her questioning. Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. Nasser is asking about training and qualifications for Hill's job. Up until the referral is submitted, it can be edited. Hill says she doesn't recall if she made any edits before the referral on December 21st, 2020 was submitted. Nasser is asking questions on the process of how a CPS investigation progresses. Nasser ended his questioning and Smith has begun redirect examination. Hill said the court proceeding she talked about earlier had to do with if parents should have access to their children, not criminal proceedings. Under questioning by Smith, Hill said she has to be given approval by a judge to testify because of the privacy rights of children. When she talked with county counsel, it was about getting approval to testify in this case. Hill said she doesn't remember if she read anything about press conferences held in this case. Smith showed a document showing Hill told law enforcement well over a year ago that she didn't know whether law enforcement had video, but the West thought neighbors might have video. Hill has been excused. Prosecutor Eric Smith resuming video, a portion for which was shown earlier today, of Jacqueline West being interviewed by authorities the day after the boys were reported missing. We appear to be near the end of the video. Jacqueline West and the other officers have left the interview room. Bakersfield Police Detective John Ryan, one of the officers who conducted the interview, is back on the witness stand. He said he took Jacqueline West's phone at the end of the interview. Ryan said they later interviewed Jacqueline a second time. Alexia Torres Stallings has asked for a sidebar, and the judge and the attorneys have left the room. The judge and attorneys are back. Judge Charles R. Brimmer has allowed the video to be admitted, and transcripts are being handed out to the jury. Smith is playing the video. Jacqueline West enters the room and takes a seat. An FBI agent has taken a seat. The interview is again being held at Cal City Police Department. John Ryan has entered the room twice and left. No questions have been asked. Ryan and another officer enter and the interview begins. He asks what she's thinking now that they've talked to her husband. Ryan tells her her other children are in protective custody and she's not going to see them tonight. They need to make sure they're safe. Jacqueline says that they're safe. The stuff that they told us, they're not going to lie that much about that many things. Ryan says of what her 4 other children have told authorities. He said the other children say they haven't seen Orrin and Orson for months. As with the first interview, Ryan keeps telling her to tell him the truth. Ryan tells Jacqueline her mother also says she hasn't seen Orrin and Orson in a long time. There are so many things that are not adding up, Ryan tells her. Jacqueline is telling him where the family went Saturday to get gas, pick up food, etc. Ryan tells her they're going to check all the surveillance cameras from the location she says they went to see if they were actually there. Ryan again tells her all 4 of her other children are telling authorities the exact same thing. He asks if she really believes all 4 children are going to make up a story and agree to tell it. The only thing I can think of is that they really don't like them, Jacqueline says of what the other 4 children have told authorities. The audio in this second clip is much softer than the first. Much of what is being said is difficult to hear. Prosecutor Eric Smith has turned up the audio. Ryan asks, when's the last time she saw Orrin and Orson? Yesterday, she responds. She says she physically saw them. Ryan tells her there are 2 babies missing in the cold desert. He says she's not being honest. He says her other kids won't be with her this Christmas because she's not being honest about what happened. He tells her she knows the boys didn't go missing yesterday. They've been missing. He says somebody did something to the kids. They didn't walk away on their own. Ryan tells her she had a conversation with Trezell about how the other kids couldn't handle Orrin and Orson, and the only way to make the family perfect again was to get rid of them. Jacqueline West keeps saying she's telling the truth. Ryan tells her that her and her husband's stories don't match, and he says her other children, smart kids, told them another story. Ryan tells her people make mistakes, horrible mistakes. He says she can't hide it forever. Jacqueline says the police are acting so mean. You're a mom. You're supposed to love your children. You're supposed to do everything in your power to protect them, Ryan tells her. He keeps telling her her other children are saying that she and Trezell kept telling her Orrin and Orson would be coming back soon. They haven't seen them in a while. They're saying that because it's the truth, Ryan tells her. No one has seen Orrin and Orson, not her other kids or family members, Ryan says. Jacqueline says her mom saw the boys during a video chat a week ago. Her sister has seen them too, she says. No one has seen these babies since November, Ryan tells her. Jacqueline says she's frustrated. She says police aren't really listening. Ryan says they are listening, but what she says isn't backed up by evidence. Jacqueline says she doesn't have photos of the boys on her phone. She says she just got it that month. Ryan says Trezell West told them he did not shut the side gate. She did. Jacqueline West has said he did shut it. Ryan said she's a terrible liar. He keeps reiterating 2 little innocent children are missing, are no longer here. And you're okay with that? Jacqueline says she's not okay with it. Because of what she's done, Ryan says he'll do everything in his power to make sure she doesn't see her other children. He says he and other investigators know something happened to Orrin and Orson, that she's not telling them. I'm telling you, I don't know, Jacqueline says when asked where the boys are. Ryan repeatedly tells her she's hiding something, and she says she has nothing to hide. Ryan leaves the interview room. Jacqueline continues to speak with the FBI agent and another officer present. She says she doesn't even know where to begin to tell them where to look for the boys. April 14th, 2023. The trial of Jacqueline and Trezell West is back in session. Paul Thomas has been called to testify and will do so via Zoom. Prosecutor Eric Smith is questioning Thomas, who is a special agent for the Secret Service. The Wests are charged with murder and other crimes in the deaths of Classic and Sincere, also known as Orrin 4 and Orson 3. 2 of their adopted children. Their bodies have not been found. The Wests have pleaded not guilty. Thomas works on digital evidence extraction. He's explaining tools used for the extraction, how to bypass codes and get info from the phones. Thomas testified he's not always able to bypass PINs or passwords on cell phones. They can use brute force by attempting to use every password or PIN they have available to try to unlock the phone. Thomas said he received 2 LG phones from Bakersfield Police Department in this case. The first phone, item 1, had a pattern passcode on it, he said. Item 2 had a PIN lock. The phones were taken to the lab where Thomas photographed them and used tools to get an extraction. He said they got a limited amount of data from each device. Thomas said it depends on the device, and for these models, that's the best they could get. The data extracted was processed through software and a report generated for an investigator to go through, Thomas said. Thomas said he did identify email accounts for each phone. One email appears to have belonged to Jacqueline West, the other to Trezell. The extractions were given to BPD for review, Thomas said. Smith ended his questioning. Under cross-examination from Alexia Torres-Stallings, Jacqueline West's lead attorney, Thomas said it appears he had the PIN code for item 2. He said they weren't able to unlock item 1, but the PIN unlocked item 2. Torres-Stallings asked if he was aware the pattern password for item 1 was provided to law enforcement at an earlier time. Judge Charles Brenner sustained an objection from Smith. The objection was for lack of foundation. Torres-Stallings ended her questioning, and Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West, is now cross-examining Thomas. Thomas said this was the best extraction that could have been done at the time on the 2 phones. He said they're always getting new, improved technology that could potentially help them get more information. Thomas has been excused. Scott Medlin has been called to testify. He will testify via Zoom. He's employed with the FBI, has been since 2007. He's a digital forensic examiner. On December 28, 2020, Medlin received a number of items from an FBI agent in Bakersfield. Medlin received a thumb drive, 6 laptops, hard drive, Samsung Galaxy Note, cell phone, 2 Amazon brand tablets, a bag of 8 thumb drives, 3 micro SD cards, an LG phone, and another LG phone. Medlin testified a number of tools were used to extract data from the devices. He's going over the tools used. Medlin was not able to extract data from the Samsung phone. The phone did not respond, screen was damaged, could not get it to boot up. He was not able to extract data from one of the LG phones. It was locked with a PIN code, Medlin said. The other LG phone was also locked with a PIN, and he was not able to extract data from it. Medlin corrected himself after being questioned by Smith and said one of the phones was locked with a pattern. He was not able to extract data from a hard disk drive, Medlin said. He got data from 2 of the 3 micro SD cards, he said. Medlin was able to extract data from a thumb drive and from 8 USB drives. He got data from multiple laptops, Medlin said. Smith ended his questioning, and Torres-Stallings has begun cross-examination. Medlin was first contacted for this case on December 24, 2020. He began examining devices 4 days later. He said on December 28, 2020, he was told the evidence was ready to be picked up and examined. He's not sure what happened in the intervening days. Medlin testified he was later told to stop working on the items and doesn't know why. Torres-Stallings finished, and Timothy Hennessy, lead attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. Medlin confirmed one of the LG phones was locked with a pattern. Hennessy asked if there were ways to still get into it, but he just didn't have time. Medlin said he didn't get around to doing that before he was told to stop working on the devices. Medlin has been excused. BPD Detective Antonio Orozco has been called to the stand. He is testifying in person. Said he was asked to download footage from a surveillance camera affixed to the northwest corner of the Bakersfield Police Department. It faces southwest, covering 8th Street, south of Truxton Avenue, and a portion of the Strata Credit Union parking lot. He got footage from December 19, 2020, from the afternoon. Smith is moving the footage into evidence. An image from that camera is being displayed in court and Orozco is pointing out the credit union, the department, and H Street. Smith said there's an issue with playing the video and asked that it be played at a later time. He finished questioning, and Orozco has been excused. Philip West has been called to the stand. He is the father of Trezell West. Philip West said Trezell did a lot of special work after becoming an adult. Carpet, tile, landscaping, he confirmed. Trezell worked at loss prevention at a mall. In 2020, Philip West lived on Potomac Avenue with his wife and Josiah West, his other son. Smith asked where Trezell and Jacqueline lived after they married. Philip West said he can't remember, but in 2020, they lived at the Casa Loma Apartments on Lotus Lane. When asked to name the West biological children, Philip West did so, then said, "Don't do this to me," his voice breaking. Judge Brimmer told him to take a minute if he needs to. Philip West took a sip of water and resumed testifying. He wiped his face with a tissue. He said in March 2020, he would see Trezell, Jacqueline, and the children every other week or so. Philip West said his wife told him Trezell had bought a home in California City. He said he didn't watch any of the West children while they were moving. He said he thinks that they moved in one day. Philip West said he never visited after they moved to California City. He said he was making plans to visit, wanted them to get everything situated. Philip West said they're always together on Christmas. On December 19, 2020, he said all of the children except Orrin and Orson were dropped off at his home. He first found out Orrin and Orson were missing when an officer came from Cal City. Philip West said he was present when CPS came to his home. Philip West says he can't remember for sure what happened, but believes a social worker spoke to the boys. He said they were taken from the home. He was provided visitations. Philip West said the visitations happened in Shafter at a facility. He said they'd sometimes spend 3 hours with the children. A liaison would be present. She wouldn't disturb us, Philip West said. Sometimes Trezell and Jacqueline were also there, Philip West said. The visitations happened about 4 months or so, Philip West said. Philip West said he recalls telling officers the last time everyone was together was July 4th, 2020. After the West moved to Cal City, Philip West never saw Orrin or Orson, according to his testimony. Asked about his cane shop, Philip West said he's a craftsman and makes canes out of wood. He held up his own cane for everyone to see. Judge Brenner said that's a nice-looking cane and held it. Smith ended his questioning after showing Philip West a photo of a cane made from 2 pieces of wood duct taped together. Philip West said that's not a cane he made. Hennessy has begun cross-examination. Philip West said he was concerned when COVID began because of his age and his wife has asthma. He agreed that's why the kids would often stay in the van when Trezell or Jacqueline made a quick stop. "I know how many children got out of the car and came into my house," Philip West said when asked if sometimes he thought there were 4 children there instead of 6 and vice versa. Philip West said he doesn't recall him getting less close with Trezell after Trezell got married. He said he gave them space because they were married, but they weren't less close. "I raised them to be fathers," Philip West said of his sons. "I had no father. I know what it takes." Philip West said Trezell is creative like him, thinks he got his creativity from him. On the morning when the Cal City police officers arrived at Philip West's home, he said he remembers an officer describing the Cal City house as a compound. "I believe I was in denial," Philip West said, when he heard the allegations. He said he's still mind-boggled. "It doesn't reflect the Trezell he raised or knew," he said in response to Hennessy's questions. Philip West has been excused. Detective John Ryan is back on the stand as the trial resumes. Prosecutor Eric Smith is playing another clip of a second interview conducted with Jacqueline West a day after Orrin and Orson were reported missing. An officer is speaking quietly to Jacqueline West during the interview, much of which was played yesterday. The officer tells her she's not going to get her other children back, and she says she and Trezell have nothing to do with the boys' disappearance. The officer tells her Trezell's parents and brother broke down and were losing it when told the boys were missing. He tells her to give him something. Jacqueline West says she left them in the backyard. Jacqueline West makes a comment about areas that look like graves in the backyard. Ryan takes over the investigation and asks if they're buried there, and she says, "I didn't bury them there." The yard was later dug up by the FBI and nothing was found. Jacqueline West continues to say she doesn't know what happened. As Ryan tells her this case is going to go national, then worldwide, and everyone will know her and her husband's names. Ryan asks if she wants the whole world to think she's a bad person and a terrible mom. Jacqueline says people think that already. The detective keeps telling she's a good person and something bad happened or she's covering for her husband. "I have no idea where they are, where they could be," Jacqueline West says. Ryan asks if she killed the boys. "No," she says. "Did her husband?" "No," she says. Ryan continues to tell her her story doesn't add up. "The video surveillance captured nothing," he says. "I think they're inside somewhere," Jacqueline says. Ryan asks who would take them. She says it could be anyone. Ryan tells her he thinks the boys have been missing so long that she's past the remorse, the crying stage. He says someone's going to find out. No one can cover their tracks that well. Ryan notes she's had her new phone over a month, and there are no photos of the boys on it. He says they're working backwards to find out the last time anyone saw the boys. Jacqueline West said she got rid of her last phone because it was broken. She says she threw it in the trash, didn't save the SIM card. She says she didn't need it. "If we find out foul play was involved, this is going to court," Ryan says. He asks if she thinks any jury is going to believe her. He says they'll look at the evidence, how she was treated here, and all the opportunities she had to tell the truth. She shakes her head when asked if something bad happened, and she knows more than what she's saying. "Well, that's messed up right there," Jacqueline says when Ryan tells her she's going to lose everything. Her children, her friends, family, house, everything. "You can't lie forever. Your stories don't match," Ryan tells Jacqueline. "There is no story," Jacqueline says. Ryan tells her she doesn't want this on her shoulders the rest of her life. He says he can tell something is bothering her. "There's nothing," she says. "There's nothing," Jacqueline says again, after Ryan keeps pressing her. He says he did what he had to do. He asks if she wants his card. She nods her head, and he says he'll get her one and leaves the room. Trezell West enters the room and sits next to her. The video has issues playing at this point. Smith is trying to get it to play. Judge Brimmer said it will have to be fixed, and the last few minutes of the recording will be played on Monday. Smith is questioning Ryan. Ryan said he contacted a resident on Aspen Avenue in Cal City to get surveillance footage. He asked to look at the footage a few days prior to when the boys were reported missing to see if they could see them in any footage. Ryan said they reviewed footage from December 19, 2020. He said when the family left the home in the van, only 4 juveniles and Trezell and Jacqueline entered the van. Ryan transported the footage to BPD and the crime analysis team. Ryan also went to an address on Rome Beauty Drive in Cal City. It had multiple cameras on it. He spoke to the homeowner and got permission to remove the DVR player and take it to the headquarters for analysis. Ryan spent 6 or 7 days in Cal City for the investigation. Court has ended for the day. The trial will resume Monday, 9 a.m. April 17th, 2023. Week 3 of the trial has resumed in the case of Trezell and Jacqueline West, charged with murder in the deaths of their adopted sons, Classic and Sincere, also known as Orrin 4 and Orson 3. Bakersfield Police Detective John Ryan is back on the stand. Ryan is being questioned by prosecutor Eric Smith. Ryan has identified an item shown to him as a warrant for bank records for the West. It's from Strata Credit Union. Smith ended his questioning, and Alexia Torres Stallings, Lead counsel for Jacqueline West is about to cross-examine him. Tori Stallings is going over his training. She asked how many missing persons cases he's worked in the gang unit. I don't recall any in the gang unit, Ryan said. When he was on patrol, there were numerous cases involving missing people, maybe one or two with children. Ryan said he's a liaison with the FBI, but works for BPD. He said any training he had in that job is on-the-job training with them. He's the terrorism liaison officer, but it's not necessarily all terrorism cases. There are ones involving drugs and sex trafficking, whatever they give him. Only this one involved missing children, he said. Under questioning by Tori Stallings, Ryan said he was called to Cal City on December 22, 2020 for a missing persons case, not a homicide investigation. Through questioning by Tori Stallings and follow-up by Judge Charles R. Brimmer, Ryan acknowledged human trafficking occurs through Interstate 5. Ryan testified he arrived December 22nd and was on the street, but not in the West house. Before he interviewed Jacqueline West, he did not go into the home, he said. He searched fields, drove around looking for surveillance video, Ryan said. He did not speak with anyone from Cal City, he said. He said he did not review any video before interviewing Jacqueline West. Ryan said his initial canvassing of the area involved looking for the children, clues where they had been. He spoke with Cal City Police once going to department headquarters. Tori Stallings asked if there was a meeting with other law enforcement. Ryan said yes, a small meeting with other officers. He said the meeting occurred possibly around 7 p.m. on December 22nd, 2020. Under further questioning, Ryan said he doesn't remember the exact time of the meeting, but it was before the interview. He said he spoke with Cal City officer Brian Hansen about interviews Hansen had with the other West children. Ryan testified he didn't review the video or transcripts of Hansen's interviews with the children before interviewing Jacqueline West. He said he did not review video or transcripts of initial interviews police had with the West before interviewing Jacqueline West. Ryan said he does not know if Jacqueline West slept or ate anything before the second interview. He gave the same answers for Giselle. Ryan said he has zero formal psychological and neurological training when it comes to interrogating people. He said there are differences when it comes to interviewing witnesses as opposed to suspects. Ryan said he knows what a ruse is. Tori Stallings asked if a story he told Jacqueline West regarding his sister was a ruse. Ryan said no, it's a true story. Ryan agreed the story was a way to connect with Jacqueline West. Tori Stallings asked if it was an intimidation factor to say Jacqueline West's children would be taken away. Ryan said no, the kids had already been removed. Tori Stallings asked if he recalled telling Jacqueline West she would also lose her house, car, family, friends, and her husband. Ryan said yes. Ryan said he's not aware if any of the West children have cognitive difficulties and did not review school records. Tori Stallings asked Ryan if he was aware 65,202 kids were reported missing in California in 2020. Smith objected, and she said she'll move on to Kern County statistics. In 2020, 4,227 kids in Kern County were reported missing in 2020, she said. Tori Stallings is using statistics from Department of Justice. 4,401 children were reported missing in Kern County. Tori Stallings said, correcting her earlier figure. 14 dealt with parental abduction. 8 were under suspicious circumstances related to stranger abduction, she said. Ryan said he wasn't aware of those numbers. Ryan testified all the other missing children cases he has investigated involved runaways. Tori Stallings is asking Ryan about surveillance footage he said he reviewed on December 27, 2020, which showed only 4 children entering the van on December 19, 2020, with the West. The West had 6 children. Ryan said he could not identify the faces or ages of the children who entered the West van. Tori Stallings is showing him a portion of the video he reviewed. She has asked to admit it into evidence, and Brimmer admitted it. Tori Stallings is about to play the video. The camera points towards the West home and the white van is visible. It's from across a yard, at a distance at which it's difficult to make out clothing or distinguishing characteristics. Do you know if any of the individuals were carrying any children that day? Tori Stallings asked. Ryan said it didn't appear so. She asked if he knew for sure. He said no. Tori Stallings asked Ryan if he contacted a neighbor who is seen in the video after the van pulls away. Ryan said he doesn't know if anyone asked that neighbor if they saw 6 children enter the van. Tori Stallings is going to show a second video. Ryan said he watched this one too. It's from the same camera, same angle. The video shows the van pull up, people get out. Tori Stallings asked again if he knows if anyone was carrying a child. Ryan said no. Ryan testified he watched those 2 videos on December 27, 2020. He said he didn't know the first video Tori Stallings played had been digitally enhanced by the FBI and didn't know if the other videos were enhanced. Tori Stallings is going to play video from December 21st, 2020, the day the boys were reported missing. It's loading now. Ryan said he went to another residence where he got access to security footage but was not able to view it on December 27, 2020. He doesn't know if it was continuous footage. He said the homeowner was not able to access it because he wasn't home. It wasn't until later that they got access. Ryan said he doesn't know if anyone else received a statement from the homeowner, Robert Avalar, saying a Black woman had driven through the desert area that night. At the West home, Ryan said he saw fingerprints on a sliding glass door in the back. He said he doesn't know if anyone grabbed the evidence. Asked if he knows of any other smudge marks around the home, Ryan said no. He said it was less than a week from the reported disappearance he saw the marks on the glass door. Ryan said he saw the children's rooms, very few toys. He said he didn't see toothbrushes. He said he was told a used diaper was found a year later at the home. He said he saw children's clothes of various sizes, 1 or 2 Christmas presents for Orrin and Orson. Moving back to the surveillance footage from December 21st, it's taken from the same cameras as the footage shown from December 19, 2020. Tori Stallings is going to play it now. Tori Stallings has pointed to a shadow in the backyard of the West home, an individual who has popped up. The video continues to play. Tori Stallings has paused the video. You can clearly see someone or something moving back there, correct? She asked. Yes, Ryan said. The video has resumed. Ryan agrees under questioning that the individual moves to an area where you can't see them, then comes back. He agrees there is a light that turns on in the West house. He said he doesn't know if the light was a motion sensor light. A vehicle is seen leaving a nearby residence. Ryan said he doesn't know whose vehicle that is. Some lights are seen flickering and a car drives by. Whose car is that? Tori Stallings asked. I have no idea, Ryan said. The video has been paused as it is time for the court's 15-minute break. Back in session with Tori Stallings continuing to show the video and Detective John Ryan back on the stand. There is movement by the front door near the van, Ryan confirmed. The van's lights turn on and it leaves the house. The video has ended. Ryan confirmed he watched these videos on December 27, 2020. This is the first day he's watched them since that day, he said. When he interviewed Jacqueline West and mentioned surveillance video, he went off a statement made to him by Officer Brian Hansen, Ryan said. Ryan said he did not review that video or go to the home where it came from to see how far it was from the West home. He did not ask to see it. Ryan testified he has never watched the video from that home. Obvious differences in the West statements were that one said that grandma had been transported by them. The other said they didn't, Ryan said. Regarding the disappearance, he said their statements about closing the back gate were different. Tori Stallings asked if he was keeping an open mind while interviewing Jacqueline. Ryan said he was, then said the first interview was to lock her into a statement. Ryan said there were times he left the interviews. He left the room because he needed more details before going back in, he said. After those 5 minutes getting briefed, he then tried to lock Jacqueline into a statement. Prosecutor Eric Smith has asked for a quick sidebar before the next video is played. They're back. Tori Stallings asked if part of a 5-minute conversation he had with Hansen included what the plan was when they went in to interview Jacqueline. Ryan said yes. He said they didn't discuss interrogation tactics. Ryan said he's aware Hansen touched Jacqueline on the leg and small of her back. He said he didn't tell Hansen to do that. Tori Stallings said Ryan stormed out of the room when Jacqueline said she was regretting calling the police. Ryan said he walked out. Tori Stallings asked Ryan if he remembered telling Jacqueline he would apologize if he was wrong about her. Ryan said yes. I'm going to hold you to that, Tori Stallings said, ending her questioning. Prosecutor Eric Smith objected, arguing Tori Stallings was argumentative and there was no question pending. Judge Brimmer sustained the objection. Smith is again questioning Ryan. Ryan said, other than calling 911, the West said they didn't call anyone else. Ryan has been excused. Jeffrey Cecil has been called to the stand. He's the crime lab supervisor for the Bakersfield Police Department. He's been with the department 23 years. He takes photos of crime scenes, collects evidence. He went to the West home to help with the search and collect evidence, Cecil said. They had ground-penetrating radar that can see anomalies in the ground. He said it's like a lawnmower that pushed over the ground. I did seize any items of evidence, Cecil said. Smith ended questioning. Under cross-examination by Tori Stallings, Cecil said anomalies could mean disturbances in the ground or human remains. It can find pipes, rocks, old plants. Cecil said he doesn't believe he fingerprinted anything that day. He doesn't recall anyone asking him to lift fingerprints from a glass sliding door. Tori Stallings ended her questioning. Cecil said the ground-penetrating radar was also used at another location. Nothing was located there either, he said. He's now being questioned by Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West. Nasser ended questioning. Cecil has been excused. Destiny Martinez has been called to the stand. She's a police lab technician at BPD. Her primary duties are to document crime scenes. She takes photos of the scene first. Smith is going to show photos Martinez took on December 29, 2020. The first photos are of the West white van. The next photos are of the West home, both exterior and interior. She's going over each of the photos she took of the living room, bathroom, bedrooms, closets. Martinez took multiple photos of the backyard, which is mostly dirt. There were presents with tags identifying them for Orrin and Orson, Martinez said. Fluid used to detect the presence of blood was applied in multiple areas, including bedrooms and bathrooms. Nothing was located, Martinez said. Martinez said she took swabs from a steering wheel and a car seat to try to get DNA evidence. 5 car seats were seized from the West's van, Martinez said. Smith is displaying photos of the car seats. Swabs were taken of the car seats and were tagged for evidence. In this line of questioning, Martinez is identifying each car seat and giving the tag number for the swab taken of each seat. Receipts were seized from inside the van, Martinez said. One is from Superior Grocers, another from Dollar General. Mattress pad covers and blankets were seized from the bedrooms, Martinez said. Martinez is identifying the items from the evidence numbers they were given. More photos were taken and other items seized on a subsequent visit, Martinez said. This was on January 5th, 2022. A diaper was seized in the classroom part of the residence and booked as evidence, she said. Surveillance video was obtained from the Dollar General listed on the receipt in the West van. The dates of the video requested were from 4 days in September 2020 from the Dollar General on Cottonwood Road, Martinez said. Smith ended his questioning. Alexia Torres Stallings, lead counsel for Jacqueline West, has begun cross-examination. On December 9, 2020, when Martinez was at the home seizing evidence, there were at least 4 or 5 other officers with her, she said. Before arriving at the home, Martinez knew there were 2 missing boys, and BPD had taken over the case and search warrants were going to be served. She said her job was to seize any items they thought could be important. Martinez said they were at the home at least an hour to 90 minutes. Tori Stallings is asking about spraying the Blue Star solution, the chemical that reveals traces of blood in the home. Martinez said she sprays it all over the carpets, floors, countertop, pretty much everywhere. Martinez did not spray the chemical in the van. A diaper on the floor of a bathroom and trash in a small receptacle were not seized December 29, 2020, Martinez said. No blankets in the laundry room were seized by her, Martinez said. No fingerprints were taken that day, she said. The case was being treated as a homicide investigation as early as December 29, 2020. A red sticker saying homicide was placed on bags containing evidence. Martinez is describing transfer DNA, skin cells left behind when a person touches something. The car seats and other items were swapped for transfer DNA. All of the car seat handles, straps, and areas where the head and legs would be were swabbed, Martinez said. She did that for all 5 car seats seized that day. The swabs are placed in a cold area for preservation, Martinez said. Martinez testified she doesn't know what type of air regulation or if there was any contamination to a diaper seized from the home a year later. Martinez went to the house 3 times, once for the search warrant, a second time when pruning shears were located, and a third time when the diaper was seized. Martinez testified the pruning shears had not been seized prior to her taking them in January 2021. Tori Stallings has finished, and Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West, has begun questioning. Martinez testified she took a series of photos before the search and then after. He finished questioning and Martinez has been excused. Tammy Sullivan has been called to the stand. She works with Kern County Search and Rescue. She trains with the canines. One dog does human remains detections and any human scent searches. It's an Australian Shepherd named Sadie. Sullivan is testifying to the training the dog undergoes for human remains searches. On the evening of December 21st, 2020, Sullivan went to Cal City. She believes she got the call around 7 p.m. She went with other people. There was another dog handler. Sadie showed no interest in the white Chevy van, the side yard, a vacant lot, and the desert area during a 2-mile search. Sadie located no human scent of significance. She returned to the home on December 23rd, 2020. Sadie started searching in the backyard, then in the house. She showed no interest when in the house. Sadie showed interest in the side gate into the backyard. In 2 other areas of the backyard, she showed no interest. 2 inches were scraped off of 2 mounds in the backyard, and Sadie showed interest then too, Sullivan said. Smith is now going to play video of the search conducted December 23rd, 2020 by Sullivan and Sadie. Transcripts are being handed to the jury. The video has been played. Sullivan said the way the wind was blowing, it took the scent and blew it into the corner of the house and up. Sadie smelled something, but couldn't locate where it was coming from, she said. In the second video, Sadie lies down in the dirt in the yard. That's an alert, Sullivan said. When she laid down on the mound, that's her alert when she locates something, Sullivan said. Something means human remains. It could be blood, bones, or fluid. Smith ended his questioning. The FBI dug up the yard, but didn't find human remains. Timothy Hennessy, lead counsel for Trezell West, noted Sadie in the second video got distracted by another dog barking. Sullivan said that's correct. Sadie isn't trained to identify the scent of a particular person, can only identify if a person was present, Sullivan said. Sadie can't tell when traces of blood, bone, or fluid were left, Sullivan said. The first night she was there was so many people in the backyard, and it was very possible the scent could have been contaminated, she said. Court is in recess for 15 minutes. Back in session with Sullivan on the stand being cross-examined by Hennessy, he showed her a transcript of her testimony before the grand jury. Sullivan's assignment when she got to the home the first night was to follow the route of the van to see if the boys had been dumped. Sadie the dog showed no interest in the van or on a 2-mile walk that led into the desert. Hennessy ended his questioning, and Torres Stallings asked Sullivan if she was aware if the search of the spot Sadie alerted on returned no human remains. Sullivan said she was aware of that. Under redirect examination by Smith, Sullivan said Sadie is trained to know the difference between human and animal remains. A law enforcement officer took a couple inches off the mound before Sadie smelled it, Sullivan said. After that layer was removed, Sadie alerted by lying down at that area, she said. She was signaling to something. As to exactly what it is, I do not know, Sullivan said. Sullivan has been excused. Detective Paul Hernandez has been called to the stand. He's in the BPD's Robbery Homicide Division. He reviewed multiple videos taken from surveillance footage, looking for any movement at the West home, seeing when people left or arrived, Hernandez said. This was from a 24-hour period he reviewed from midnight on December 21st, 2020 to midnight of the next day. A motion-activated light turned on, but nothing could be seen. Then a front porch light later on at 2:48 a.m. on December 21st. The porch light was again activated. There was no movement, Hernandez said. At 3:48 a.m., the front porch light again went and turned off a minute later. At 4:05 a.m., a vehicle drives by the residence, Hernandez said. He tried to detect movement at the residence or in the yard. At 10 a.m., someone walks out the front door of the residence and appears to place items in the trash receptacle. Hernandez said he does it again a short time later, and again a short time later at 10:06 a.m. At 12:21 p.m., someone leaves by the side door of the home and stays on the east portion of the residence for 3 to 4 minutes, Hernandez said. At 4:12 p.m., someone walks into the rear of the yard, then bends over and stands up multiple times before walking into the home. The person entered the home at 4:20 p.m., Hernandez said. The van left the home at 4:33 p.m. At 4:39 p.m., it returned home and someone left the van. At 4:51 p.m., there are two people near the van. Shortly afterward, law enforcement arrives. They start searching the area. The van leaves again and returns. The van returns at 5:05 p.m. The lights are turned off at 5:10 p.m. More officers arrive on the scene and canvass the area, Hernandez said. Smith has requested to play 3 videos. Smith paused the video and Hernandez is pointing out the locations where he saw people or items. The video is playing. Smith is now playing the second video. The second video has finished and Smith has begun playing the third and last video. All 3 videos are from a surveillance camera on a home west of the West residence. The third video won't be shown in its entirety today. In the video so far, lights have gone on and off, a couple vehicles are spotted, and the West white van drives away. The van returns and someone gets out. Smith has paused the video and court is in recess for the day. Day 10 of the trial of Jacqueline and Trezell West, April 18th, 2023. The trial resumed with prosecutor Eric Smith playing more surveillance footage of the West home on the night the boys were reported missing, December 21st, 2020. Bakersfield Police Detective Paul Hernandez, who examined the footage, is on the stand. Smith has begun playing another video from the same camera. A vehicle drives up to the West residence and 2 people move from the property to it. The people go back to the West property and the car drives away. Then the West van's lights turn on and it drives away. A vehicle then parks at the West property and its lights remain on. Another vehicle, apparently a police car, drives past. These appear to be the moments when Cal City police were alerted of the situation and began searching. There has been movement in the West backyard, someone with a flashlight or other light source walking around. More vehicles have arrived. A light is seen shining all over the back area of the West property. That clip has ended. Smith said he has no more questions, and Alexia Torres Stallings, lead counsel for Jacqueline West, has begun cross-examination. Torres Stallings asked how many times Hernandez watched the video during his assigned 24-hour period. He said once or twice. Hernandez said he looked for movement. both around the West home and surrounding area. Tora Stallings is asking about the moments between 5 and 6 a.m. Tora Stallings is playing one of the clips. She points to a light on the home and asks if it had been on from day to night. Hernandez said he's not sure, and it's difficult to tell if it's on or off. Tora Stallings asked if he noted another light, which she says was on the chimney. Hernandez said he did not note that light in his report. A vehicle backs up from the residence across from the West home. Tora Stallings asked Hernandez if he noted that in his report. He's checking his report. Hernandez testified he did not refer to the vehicle in his report. Moving the video forward, Tora Stallings asked Hernandez if he notices some orb lights in the background. He said yes. 2 lights flicker in the background, then disappear. Hernandez said he didn't note them in his report. Hernandez said he didn't note another light Tora Stallings pointed out, or a vehicle passing by. Tora Stallings continues to fast forward the footage and point out more lights. Another car drives by in the background, and Hernandez says he didn't note it in his report. The West van pulls up and someone gets out. Hernandez said it appears the person walks toward the street, then back to the residence. Tora Stallings ended her questioning, and now Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West, is cross-examining Hernandez. The detective said he did not go to the area seen in the video. His job was to review the videos. Nasser has displayed an overhead map of the area. Hernandez said he's not familiar with the roads east of the West residence, doesn't know if anyone made a trip out there to check up on things seen in the video. Hernandez has been excused. Smith is going to play footage taken outside the Bakersfield Police Department on December 19, 2020. There were technical issues with playing this video last week. The camera faces Truxton Avenue and South H Street. Smith finished playing the video and has called Detective Kyle McNabb to the stand. McNabb is with the BPD, has been there 7 years. McNabb was tasked with getting surveillance footage from December 12, 2020 at the Gasco Food Mart at 430 East California Avenue, Superior Grocers at 1115 Union Avenue, and the McDonald's on Weed Patch Avenue. Smith displayed an overhead map showing the locations of the Gasco and Superior Grocery. McNabb identified the locations. McNabb has been shown a series of screenshots, still images taken from the Gasco surveillance footage. The footage is from 2:35 p.m. on December 19, 2020. Still images from Jacqueline West buying something in the store have been displayed, followed by images of Trezell West at the counter. Video footage is being played for the court. McNabb said it's from the interior of Gasco, showing the entrance out toward the pumps. McNabb has identified a woman he believes was Jacqueline West at the counter, then leaving the store. Trezell West enters the store, McNabb said while watching the footage. He walks out of the camera frame. Trezell goes to the counter of the business. He leaves the store. Another video is being shown with a clear image of the interior of the store, showing the line for the cashier. Jacqueline is in line, McNabb says. In another video, Trezell is seen waiting in line. After Gasco, McNabb went to Superior Grocers on Union to retrieve surveillance footage. The West white van appears in the footage. Smith is playing a video showing the parking lot of Superior Grocers. The camera faces north. Union Avenue is to the east, and California Avenue is to the north. Court is in session for 15 minutes. Back in session with the video from Superior Grocers play. The West van parks in the lot. Detective McNabb identifies Trezell West getting out of the van and walking toward the store. McNabb said he believes a man walking toward the van from the store is Trezell West. The man McNabb identified as Trezell West puts the cart away and gets in the driver's seat of the van, which backs out of its space and drives out of the parking lot, goes east on California Avenue and then south on Union Avenue. At 356 Weed Patch Highway, there is a McDonald's where McNabb went for surveillance footage. He said he attempted to review interior footage. There was no exterior footage. McNabb testified a crime scene technician was unable to download the footage. McNabb testified he didn't see Orrin or Orson on any of the video surveillance footage obtained from the businesses. Smith ended his questioning, and Victor Nasser is about to start cross-examination. McNabb said he was tasked to retrieve the footage by his supervisors. Nasser is asking about the process of getting the footage. McNabb testified a crime scene technician downloaded the video from the Gasco. McNabb said there was no exterior footage available at the Gasco. As to Superior Grocers, there was interior footage that he viewed showing Trezell West in the store, but they weren't able to get it despite multiple emails with corporate, McNabb said. McNabb testified he was never provided with the videos despite requesting them multiple times. Nasser ended his questioning. McNabb has been excused. Detective Philip Riccardi has been called to the stand. He's with the BPD. On January 8, 2021, he was tasked with obtaining surveillance footage at 820 Cottonwood Road. There's a Dollar General at that location. Prosecutor Eric Smith has displayed an overhead map showing the location of the store. Riccardi testified the West had said they made purchases from the Dollar General. He was looking for dates from September 12th, September 16th, September 20th, and September 22nd of 2022. Riccardi said the time on the videos was 2 to 4 minutes off, but the dates were correct. Regarding the September 12th footage, Riccardi saw Trezell West ride a bike, enter the store, and leave with a case of water. On September 16th, Riccardi said he saw Trezell park a van in the lot. He gets out, makes a purchase, and leaves. On the September 22nd footage, Trezell parks the van in the same area, gets items from the store, and leaves. The detective said he only saw Trezell, no one else in the footage on each date. Smith is playing surveillance footage. The video shows a white van pull up and a man who appears to be Trezell West enter the store. Riccardi again said he only saw Trezell West in the videos. He has been excused. Detective Stephen Pace has been called to the stand. He's with the Bakersfield Police Department. He was assigned to try to locate surveillance footage in this case. Pace went to Lassen's grocery store on California Avenue and was taken to the management office, where he was given a copy of a receipt of a transaction and video surveillance. The date of the footage was on December 5th, 2020, Pace said. It was taken at 11:59 a.m. Prosecutor Eric Smith is playing the surveillance video. Trezell West leaves the store and walks towards the parking lot and out of camera view, according to Pace. Video taken inside the store shows a man identified by Pace as Trezell West in the checkout line at Lassen's. Trezell West completes the transaction and leaves. Pace testified he also retrieved surveillance footage from a Smart & Final store on Stockdale Highway. He said Trezell West purchased a large quantity of items and left. The date was December 5th, 2020 at 12:38 p.m. Smith is playing video from the Smart & Final showing Trezell West entering the business, going to the checkout register. Pace testified he was given a receipt of what Trezell bought. Pace went to another Smart & Final on White Lane to get more footage. The manager gave Pace a receipt of Trezell West's purchases. Pace identified images of Trezell West entering the store. A video shows West at a cash register making a purchase, the detective said. Another location Pace went to was the Wooden Nickel. Trezell West made a purchase there, Pace said. Trezell West bought a knife and 2 side straps at the Wooden Nickel Trading Company, Pace said. Smith ended his questioning. Under cross-examination by Timothy Hennessy, Trezell West's lead attorney, Pace said West's debit card was used to make the purchase at the Wooden Nickel. Pace has been excused. Detective John Bilt has been called to the stand. He's with BPD. On January 5th, 2020, Bilt wrote a search warrant for the West credit report. He submitted the warrant to Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian. From Equifax, Bilt found a home loan taken out in September of 2020 and the Strata overdraft protection. Bilt testified he received info taken off 2 Chromebooks. They were associated with 2 of the West's other children. On March 17, 2021, Bilt went to a location in Madera to get video surveillance. It's an AM/PM. The footage shows a white Ford Suburban pull into the parking lot and the West, a female juvenile, and another person get out. Smith is going to play the video. The vehicle that pulls up to the AM/PM is registered to Maria Martinez, Jacqueline West's mother. A woman who appears to be Jacqueline West gets out with a young girl and enters the store. Smith finished playing the video and ended his questioning of Bilt. Bilt has been excused. Louis James, a senior officer at the BPD, has been called to the stand. He's a task force officer with the Department of Homeland Security. On December 23, 2020, James went to Cal City to assist officers who were BPD liaison officers with the FBI. James wrote search warrants. His primary role while in Cal City was to write warrants, James said. James testified he wrote warrants for call detail records. James said he wrote warrants for 4 cell phone numbers related to the case. He sent the warrants to T-Mobile and Metro PCS. James said he asked for anything they can provide within the time frame he's looking for. The records he gets back are put on a CD and go to a lead investigator. James said he received call detail data from Metro PCS. Smith is showing some of the info received. One phone was connected to Jacqueline West. Another number also had Jacqueline West as the subscriber name. A document shows detailed records of outgoing and received phone calls. Some GPS and cell tower data is also on the form, James said. James noted one of the phones potentially switched SIM cards. James testified he wrote warrants for Instagram and Facebook. He authorized warrants for accounts connected to Trezell and Jacqueline West. James testified he requests info for a certain time frame, as he does when writing warrants for phone information. James said he briefly reviewed the records to make sure he had the correct accounts, and then they were provided to the FBI and other law enforcement. There were 2 phone numbers related to Trezell West and 2 related to Jacqueline West, for which he authored warrants, James said. Smith ended his questioning. Alexia Torres-Stallings, lead counsel for Jacqueline West, has begun cross-examination. James said he was in Cal City for about 5 days for the investigation. He did not author search warrants for the phones or social media of Orrin and Orson West's biological family. James testified the info he relied on for the warrants came from Cal City Police and the FBI. Smith asked if it's standard practice to rely on other investigators when authoring a warrant. James said yes, unless you're working a solo investigation. James has been excused. Clifton Taylor, a program specialist of the Kern County Department of Human Services, has taken the stand. He's reading a statement regarding confidentiality of records held in their possession. Who told you to read that? Judge Charles Brimmer asked. County Counsel, Taylor said. You will answer all questions or you will be held in contempt, Brimmer told him. Smith has begun his questioning of Taylor. Taylor previously worked in family reunification at the department. Taylor also worked in adoption services as recently as January. Taylor says a resource family is basically a foster family, someone who applies to care for a child in the child welfare system. Smith is displaying a form showing the 5 steps to become a resource family or foster parent. Taylor said you must attend an orientation, submit to criminal background tests, child abuse background checks, attend training, and have home inspected. Prospective families must go through a series of interviews of more in-depth analysis. There is no minimum income to become a foster parent, but you must show that you're self-sufficient, Taylor said. Other children in the home are usually interviewed when someone applies to adopt, Taylor said. He said you wouldn't be able to become a foster parent if money received from fostering children was your only source of income. Taylor said he's not aware of follow-ups on people to determine if they still have other income after they have foster children placed in their home. There are no guidelines as to how much a person must make to be deemed self-sufficient, Taylor said. Typically, money given for each foster child starts at $1,200 a month, Taylor said. Taylor testified there is typically an assigned social worker for each home. There will be a home visit to a resource family once a month by a social worker, Taylor said. On occasion, DNA samples are taken from foster children to establish paternity in juvenile court hearings. Foster children should have current photos in their case file, Taylor said. Smith asked if one of the foster children were to go missing, what means does DHS have to identify the child other than a photo? Taylor said he doesn't know if there is anything else. Medical records, perhaps? Foster children receive physicals usually on a yearly basis. If they're babies, they get them every couple months. Then the appointments start to spread out, Taylor said. Behavioral issues are also assessed once a year, Taylor said. Smith asked if there are any rules against providing photos of foster children to other family members. Taylor said he's not aware of any. To adopt a child, there is a series of interviews regarding the foster parents and if they have health issues, mental health issues, trauma from their childhood, and assessment of them, Taylor said. If a child can't reunite with their birth family, a permanent home is looked for, including with the foster family. The adoption process starts with reunification being ended. Then child is freed for adoption. Birth parents make appeals. Taylor said they also must send something to the state and get permission to move forward with the adoption. Then a meeting is set up to sign paperwork to adopt, filling out what birth certificate will look like and financial assistance they'll receive. A judge or juvenile court would make a decision that a child is now free to be adopted. From the time parental rights are terminated to a completed adoption takes a year to 18 months, Taylor said. Judge Charles R. Brimmer told the jury Taylor did nothing wrong when he cited certain codes before giving his testimony, and that the questioning of him won't go into areas he's not allowed to speak about due to confidentiality issues. Children are questioned if they would like to continue living in the foster home before they're adopted, if they enjoy living there. There's not a specific medical exam, but they do have annual exams that have to be completed to see if there are any developmental needs the child has, Taylor said. There are times when two families are competing to adopt the same child, Taylor said, but generally, the foster home where the child was placed will have the advantage. A judge is present for the adoption to make it legal, as it is a court proceeding, Taylor said. After adoption, there is minimal contact with the child and DHS. They're not actively monitored after that time, he said. There's no verification process Taylor is aware of to determine whether the stipend the adopted parents get for the child is the sole source of income. Every 2 years, they must fill out paperwork to keep getting the stipend, Taylor said. The renewal of the stipend doesn't include a home visit. Generally, once an adoption is completed, you can't turn the child back into the state if there are issues, Taylor said. There are counseling services they can link the family to, he said. If CPS removes the child from the home, the adoptive family would be responsible for child support, Taylor said. Asked about the Jameson Center, Taylor said it's temporary shelter in Kern County for children. They try not to have them there for more than a few days. The children taken in a criminal investigation would be placed in an emergency foster home or briefly in the Jameson Center, Taylor said. A judge would make an order to remove children from the home and what visitation the parents would have, Taylor said. Tori Stallings has begun cross-examination. Taylor said he's not aware of how many children in the foster system are Black, Hispanic, or white. He doesn't know the percentage of children who are Black or Hispanic who are reunited with their families. Across the board, it's about 50%, he said. Tori Stallings is going over the process when there is a referral to CPS. She asked how much time the parent has until a child is removed from their home. Taylor said once the warrant is signed, they do it immediately. There is no time frame. Recommendations to the judge will involve multiple social workers, Taylor said. The court social worker gets info from other social workers who investigate the referral. The judge then makes a determination. When a child is removed from a home, relatives would be considered for placement of the child. For example, if a boyfriend or husband was involved in an incident, the birth mother might be considered if she lived in another residence and had minimal contact with him. Taylor testified he has been to the Jameson Center 10 to 20 times. Under questioning by Tori Stallings, he said younger children are placed out of the center immediately, within hours. He said he believes the baseline for emergency foster care is 4 and under. Taylor said he is unaware of R-words and robberies at the Jamison Center. He is aware of assaults that occurred there. A sidebar has been called following an objection by Smith. Attorneys and judge are back. In a 14-day notice, a foster family can write something saying they can no longer have the child in their care. Taylor said the child may or may not be made aware of the reason why the family wants them to move. Once the notice is filed, the parents, child, and DHS and birth parents, if still involved, come together to discuss the issues and see what's best for the child, Taylor said. Tori Stallings asked what recourse the foster family has if they don't get along with the social worker assigned to them. Taylor said they could talk with a supervisor to work out issues or file a formal complaint. He said it would be unusual to have another social worker assigned. Part of the foster parent process requires looking for a criminal background, as well as checking them in a system called CACI, Child Abuse Central Index, to see if there is a substantiated allegation of child abuse against them in any state. Asked if he encounters families who say an adoption isn't working out, Taylor says yes. Taylor said DHS contracts with an agency for post-adoption services. They would no longer be directly involved. The family's point of contact would probably be Kern County Adoptions, and they would refer the family to the agency. Taylor testified he doesn't know if those requests by adoptive parents would be noted somewhere. The amount given to adoptive parents for a child changes each year. The rates go up, Taylor said. Children with a disability could get a special care increment, he said. Tori Stallings asked if children with those types of issues aren't as readily adopted. Taylor testified children with more issues are less likely to be adopted. Tori Stallings ended questioning. Taylor has been excused. Rosa Espinoza has been called to the stand. She is a manager of Casaloma Apartments on Lotus Lane. There are 8 apartments in each of the 14 buildings, she said. Espinoza testified Maria Martinez, Jacqueline West, lived in one of the apartments in 2020. She said she is aware Trezell and Jacqueline West had lived in one of the apartments. The West moved out of the apartment on September 24th, 2020, Espinoza said. Smith is displaying a photo of the exterior of the apartment complex. Espinoza identified a trash enclosure that has 2 bins inside it. After Trezell and Jacqueline West moved, the apartment was repainted and the carpet changed, she said. There was no complaints from other tenants, she said. Smith ended his questioning and Tori Stallings has begun cross-examination. The West made a maintenance request to fix the AC in the apartment sometime in September of 2018, Espinoza said. Espinoza testified she can't recall if they had maintenance requests in 2020 other than a carbon monoxide issue. Tori Stallings ended her questioning. Espinoza has been excused. Alfredo Bayata has been called to the stand. He works at the Kern Regional Crime Lab. Bayaka said he takes photos and documents crime scenes. He is a criminalist, a scientist who uses scientific technique to test evidence brought to them by law enforcement. Bayaka testified they can go to a crime scene or process items such as a vehicle brought to the crime lab. They have vehicle exam bays. On December 23, 2020, Cal City requested the West van be examined at the crime lab, Bayaka said. Court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. April 19, 2023, the trial for Jacqueline and Trezell West is back in session. The next witness called to the stand is Ralph Mosley. Mosley is the biological father of Sincere Pettis, the birth name of Orrin West. Mosley said he was advised by a court that his son was being adopted and he was told his parental rights were being terminated. Mosley says the first time he learned of the boy's disappearance was after seeing it on the news. He says he called his mom as he felt there was nothing he could do. Mosley says he did go to Cal City maybe 2 or 3 days after learning of their disappearance. He went with his family and wife. Once he got there, Mosley said he saw people giving interviews. He said he began helping with one of the searches. He said while he was there, he never made contact with Trezell or Jacqueline. He had never been to Cal City before this, Mosley said. Prosecutor Eric Smith asked if Mosley has any family members with the name or nickname of TT. Mosley said no. Smith has asked several witnesses this now. So far, no one has confirmed a relative with this name or nickname. Mosley had a DNA swab taken by Bakersfield police. Smith finished his questioning by asking if Mosley ever went to Cal City to take the boys. Mosley said no. Defense attorney Alexia Torres-Stallings is beginning her cross. She asked Mosley if any of Mosley's belongings were ever seized by the police. He said none. Mosley corrects his earlier statement that when he had family members who went to Cal City to look for the boys, he meant people he is close to, friends who he considers like family. Torres-Stallings asked if any of those individuals had gone to Cal City before. Mosley said he's not sure. Mosley said that the search wasn't really a search. They just started walking around. Mosley said the last time he saw Sincere Pettis was maybe 2018 or 2017, immediately after he took a paternity test. He said this was the only time he'd ever seen the child. Torres-Stallings has concluded her questioning. Timothy Hennessy is now questioning the witness. Hennessy asked Mosley whether he knew the boys had had their names changed after being adopted. He did not. Hennessy has concluded his questioning. Mosley has been excused. The next witness is Maria del Carmen Noriega Salas. She is using a Spanish interpreter. Salas lives in Casa Loma Apartments. She has lived there for over 10 years. Smith is asking Salas about the evening of September 19, 2020. She remembers that day because her daughter was leaving for Massachusetts and they were cleaning all weekend, even late into the night. Smith asked Salas what she observed around 11 p.m. that night. Salas says she was cleaning the apartment when her son-in-law told her a friend would be stopping by to pick up furniture. Salas said she heard a really loud noise next to the dumpster right outside the apartment. She said it sounded like someone dumped something in the dumpster and it made a loud noise. She said she walked outside and saw a couple come out from where the dumpster was. Smith asked what Salas could recall about the couple. She said the man had dark skin and was tall and thin. She said the woman light skinned with curly wavy hair, reaching down to about her mid-arm. Smith asked if they were carrying anything. Salas said she saw them carrying an ice chest. They were both carrying it by the handles. Salas tries to demonstrate how large she believes the chest was. Judge Charles Brenner measures with a tape measure. Judge Brimmer says it's around 21 inches in width. Salas said when the couple was walking, the woman looked directly at her. She said they walked across the street and got on the curb, walking slowly. She heard them speaking in English and laughing loudly. Smith asked if she saw where to they walked. Salas says they walked the sidewalk for a bit, stopped, looked at her, then continued walking. Salas said they turned into another street next to the apartments before going inside. She said they then came out right away and Salas noticed they grabbed something skinny and the man placed it on his shoulder. She said they continued walking towards a grassy area and turned a corner. Salas said the time they spent inside the apartment was quickly, maybe only 3 or 4 minutes at most. When they exited the apartment, they were by themselves, Salas said. Smith is showing a map of the Casa Loma Apartments. Salas is describing where the daughter lived and where she saw the couple walking that night. Salas said maybe the officers didn't understand her, or maybe it wasn't translated correctly, but she's sure she saw the couple's faces. Rodriguez asked if Salas remembers telling officers that she wouldn't be able to recognize the couple she saw that night. Salas said no, she's sure. Rodriguez is now showing Salas the report officers made regarding her interview in January 2021. The report says that she told officers she could not recognize the couple from that night. Now, 3 years later, you're saying you can, Rodriguez said. Salas was the one to reach out to law enforcement in January 2021. Rodriguez asked if Salas remembers telling law enforcement her daughter had a Ring camera on her apartment. When all this happened, I called her in Massachusetts and said, check the cameras, Salas said. Her daughter didn't have any video from that night. Salas had been on the phone when she saw the couple in September 2020. She told police that after the call was disconnected, she pretended to continue talking on the phone. Rodriguez asked about a prior hearing where Salas was shown photos of Trezell and Jacqueline West. During the hearing, Salas said the man she saw the night of September 19, 2020, had a lighter complexion. Salas said when the light hit him, he looked lighter. During the hearing, Salas said the woman in the photo had a fuller face than the woman she saw that night. Rodriguez has finished her cross. Smith is beginning his redirect. He asked Salas about being shown images in a previous hearing. Salas did say the woman's face was a little fuller, but the people she saw on the TV were the same people she saw that night. She watched the interview on the news. She said she identified the couple from what she saw on the news as the same couple from that night. Smith concluded his redirect. Rodriguez asked again if Salas remembers telling law enforcement she saw two Black people that night. Just to be clear, you don't remember saying you saw a Black male and a Black female? Rodriguez asked. No, Salas said. Rodriguez offers to show a transcript of what Salas told law enforcement in January 2021. Smith objected. Judge Brimmer called for a sidebar. Judge Brimmer is allowing the transcript to be read by the interpreter and translate the highlighted portion to Salas. Salas responded to the interpreter by just saying no. Salas said the reason she said two Black people may have been she was nervous. Rodriguez says, so the reason you lied and said two Black people was because you were nervous? Salas says yes. Smith asked for another sidebar. The jury is asking the judge regarding something Salas was telling the interpreter before being interrupted by Rodriguez. It was regarding Salas saying she wanted to get something off her chest. Salas says that night has stayed with her and she remembers it very well because she felt fear. She said it didn't sit well with her, that she sensed something wasn't right. Rodriguez has no further questions. Salas has been excused. Court is taking a 15-minute recess. Court is back in session. The next witness called to the stand is Laura Aguirre. Aguirre said the previous witness, Maria Salas, called her that night in September 2020, telling her to stay on the phone. Aguirre said Salas told her she saw someone throwing something away in the dumpster and she was scared. Aguirre said Salas told her to stay on the phone with her because she had a bad feeling. Aguirre said she tried to calm her, telling her it was no big deal. Smith is showing the diagram of the Lotus Lane apartment complex. Aguirre was living in the apartments as well at the time. Smith shows a picture of Trezell. Aguirre said she remembers seeing him around the apartments, always with a stick in his hand. She said she didn't see him very often. She'd only see him walking with a stick in his hand, throwing diapers away. When shown a photo of Jacqueline, she said she didn't remember seeing her. When she saw news reports about Orrin and Orson missing, Aguirre said she was shocked. She said she remembers Maria calling her crying, saying it was the couple that she saw by the dumpster in September 2020. Smith asked Aguirre if she ever saw the West vehicle. She said she remembers them having a van. She said they would usually park it in the vacant area, not their own parking space. Aguirre said she would sometimes see Trezell walk to the van when she was walking her dog. She said she never really paid much attention. Aguirre has shown an aerial map where she believed the couple lived and where they would have the van parked. Aguirre said they would park next to Jacqueline's mom, Maria Martinez's apartment. She said everyone knew that Maria was a foster mom. Smith is finished. Rodriguez is beginning cross, asking if Aguirre remembers telling Salas that people are always by the dumpster making noise. She said yes. Rodriguez finished her cross by asking if the only time Aguirre would see Trezell is when she walked her dog. She said yes. Timothy Hennessy is now beginning cross. He's asking about the dumpsters and the call with Salas. She said during the call, Aguirre just tried to tell her to calm down. She was overreacting. Hennessy asked about after seeing a news coverage of the missing boys. Hennessy clarifies that when Salas was there in September, she was only there to visit her daughter. She said yes. Hennessy finished by asking that the only reason Aguirre was shocked was when she saw the news coverage and then Salas called her. She said yes. Aguirre has been excused. The next witness is Alfredo Bayaca, who works at the Kern County Crime Lab. Bayaca began his testimony yesterday. Smith is showing images Bayaka took of the West van. Photos showing the interior of the van show car seats within the van. Smith asked if any of the car seats were seized. Bayaka says they did not seize any evidence at that time. Other photos show the contents from the front driver's side, the front passenger area, the front console, the rear hatch area, the front console, the rear hatch area, and the floor. Bayaka said they were instructed to look for pools of blood, any sign of foul play, or any receipts. He said they did not find any receipts. As far as blood, he believes his partner was the one spraying for blood. He said they used a Kastle-Meyer test and a Blue Star test. He said the KM tests were both negative. He said the Blue Star test brought back very small reactions at the front of the van, so they didn't collect them. They did not collect fingerprints from the van. Bayaka said they were already aware that the boys had in fact been in the van in the past, so he said collecting fingerprints wouldn't have been probative. Smith is finished. Tori Stallings is beginning her cross. Bayaka says his partner was taking notes and writing the report. He said they were processing the van after hours. After referring the report, he says the van came in December 23rd, 2020, around 4:30 p.m. He says they were notified beforehand. The van had been driven by a Cal City police officer. He says they were given a synopsis of what was happening in the investigation. Bayaka says he doesn't recall if at the time they were told that the department didn't think the children ran away. Bayaka says again, since it was a family vehicle, the amount of fingerprints and DNA in the van were probative. They were instructed to look for large pools of blood. Tori Stallings asked if they removed the actual cushions and seats in the van while processing it. Bayaka said they did not. They only removed the car seats while processing the van. Bayaka said it took a little more than 3 hours to process the van. Bayaka is explaining how a Kastle-Meyer's test works. He said it doesn't confirm the presence of blood, but if they find something they believe could be blood, they swab it, place it in the solution, and it would change to pink. He said this test was negative. Tori Stallings asked about looking for receipts in the van. Bayaka said that they were looking for foul play. He said while they found receipts, the officer they showed them to said there was nothing probative to the investigation. Tori Stallings is showing an image of one of the passenger doors. The window has a number of fingerprint smudge marks. None of these fingerprints were lifted for testing. An image of the front passenger belongings shows a diaper. Tori Stallings asked if Bayaka remembers if the diaper was used. He did not remember. It was not seized. Another image shows baby wipes. These were not seized. Tori Stallings finished her cross. Hennessy is now beginning his cross, asking about the Kastle-Meyer test. It's not a confirmation of blood, but presumptive. Same with Blue Star. If either of these tests show a positive, the next step would be to swab and test at a lab for blood. Hennessy asked if this means there could be false positives. Bayaka said correct. Hennessy has no further questions. Bayaka is excused. The trial is in recess for the day. It will not resume until Tuesday, April 25th at 9 a.m. The trial of Jacqueline and Trezell West resumes this morning with testimony from April Brown, a criminalist at the Kern Regional Crime Lab. The Wests are charged with murder and other crimes in the deaths of adopted sons, Classic and Sincere, also known as Orson 4 and Orson 3. Their bodies have not been found. Brown helped process the West van in December 2020. She was told to look for blood stains in the vehicle. Brown testified she applied a chemical to the interior of the van to detect possible blood, while another person photographed the van. There were very few, very tiny positive reactions on the bumper of the van, she said. There were 4 rows of seats and a total of 5 car seats in the van, Brown said. Prosecutor Eric Smith is displaying photos of the interior of the van. Smith gave Brown an exhibit and asked her to circle the car seats that were not properly secured in the vehicle. She circled a car seat on the passenger side of the rear of the vehicle and one on the 3rd row seat. Smith ended his questioning, and Alexia Torres Stallings, lead counsel for Jacqueline West, has begun cross-examination. Brown testified the positive reaction of the chemical on the bumper was smaller than a grain of rice. There were 3 or 4 spots of that size, and they were not swabbed because they didn't appear significant, she said. No DNA or fingerprints were taken on the van because they weren't asked for, Brown said. She said it's the family van, so it wouldn't be surprising to have the family's fingerprints or DNA on it. Torres Stallings is going through different methods to secure a car seat. Brown testified she did not determine whether there was a latch system for the car seats or ask law enforcement why the car seats were situated as they were. Torres Stallings ended her questioning, and Victor Nasser, an attorney for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. Brown testified a color change from the chemical she sprayed on the van doesn't necessarily mean there is blood. It's a screening tool. There would have to be follow-up tests. Nasser ended his questioning. Smith, on redirect, asked Brown to look at her notes regarding the car seats. On December 23, 2020, she wrote seat on passenger side not secured. She said she meant it was not in place, properly in the seat. She also wrote middle row car seat was not properly in place, was leaning forward. Smith ended his questioning and Brown has been excused. David Loyo has been called to the stand. Loyo lives on Lotus Lane, has for the past 5 to 6 years. That's in the same apartment complex where the West lived before moving to California City. In January 2020, he was aware of Trezell and Jacqueline West living near him, he said. He believes they were already living there when he moved in. Loyo testified he had brief contact with the West while walking in or out of the apartment complex. He doesn't know how long they lived near him. Loyo said he saw 3 or 4 kids with the West. His kids would wave hello to the West children. They never went outside, Loyo said of the West children. Loyo said his children would play outside during the summer. They never played with the West children because they were indoors, he said. This was pre-COVID. The West van was always parked near the back of the complex instead of in the assigned spot, Loyo said. Loyo said he became aware that they had moved because he saw the blinds open and the apartment was empty. I didn't see them moving out. He said he remembers one day they were there and then they were gone. Smith ended his questioning. Torres Stallings is asking about his employment at Boathouse. His hours in 2020 were midnight to 8 a.m. He slept during the day, 4 to 5 hours, from 8 a.m. to noon or 1 p.m. Loyo acknowledged he went on a podcast to talk about this case. He went there first to give his statement and didn't talk to law enforcement until March 2022. Loyo testified he told law enforcement he saw 4 to 5 kids. He said he wasn't aware Jacqueline West's mother lived in an apartment nearby and didn't see that apartment with any children. Can you even give us a time frame? Torres Stallings asked of when he noticed the West had moved. Loyo said he's not good with times. Regarding his YouTube interviews, he was asked about how often he saw the kids, etc. Torres Stallings ended her questioning and Nasser has begun cross-examination. Nasser asked a couple of quick questions and ended. Loyo has been excused. David Hunter has been called to the stand. He's employed by the FBI, has been there for 12 years. He's a special agent in the Bakersfield office. Hunter primarily conducts investigations regarding crimes against children. He said he assists local agencies on occasion. Cal City in December 2020 asked for his assistance from the FBI's evidence response team to collect evidence, Hunter said. On December 23, 2020, Hunter went to the West home to search the backyard. We conducted a search of the ground of the property, Hunter said. They used probes to poke into the soil for depressions or hollow areas in the ground. There were 2 locations that had loose soil or hollow areas, Hunter said. Flags were placed there and they were excavated, he said. They obtained soil samples. No human remains were found. The FBI took digging tools from a shed on the property and gave them to local law enforcement for analysis, Hunter said. 8 items were seized and turned over to Cal City Police. Smith ended his questioning, and Timothy Hennessy, lead counsel for Trezell West, has begun cross-examination. The FBI, by May 2021, was in a secondary role, and Hunter said he recalls receiving a report of a sighting of the boys in Texas. The location was Arlington, Texas, Hunter said. The information was passed on to Bakersfield law enforcement, he said. Hennessy asked about a license plate, and Hunter said he didn't personally follow up on that, but provided it to the Bakersfield Police Department. Torres Stallings is now questioning Hunter. Hunter said he was on the evidence response team on December 23, 2020. Torres Stallings said the search warrant was issued at 8 p.m. and gave him a copy. Hunter said the warrant indicates the time the warrant was executed, not obtained. Hunter said he was provided info that a K-9 had been at the location, but doesn't recall that an officer disturbed the ground before they got there. The pole used to probe the ground is made of fiberglass and T-shaped, and it's pressed into the ground. It's just to find out if the ground was disturbed, any hollowness under the surface, Hunter said. Nothing that appeared to be a human remain to the visual eye was found, Hunter said. On December 29, 2020, the FBI did not stop investigating the case, but a report handed to him by Torres Stallings indicates they stopped investigating electronic evidence, Hunter said. The FBI was in a secondary role. Hunter said he has investigated missing children cases before, but couldn't give Torres Stallings an exact number or how much of this job is taken up with that. Hunter acknowledged they can investigate crimes across state lines. Torres Stallings ended her questioning, and he has been excused. Ryan Hulse has been called to the stand. He's an officer with California City Police. He went to the West home on Aspen Avenue on the night they were reported missing, December 21st, 2020. Hulse testified he drove around the area to see if there were any children matching the boy's description. He spent a couple of hours doing this. Hulse said he found no signs of Orrin or Orson West. Hulse said he wrote search warrants for the home, van, and DNA samples from Trezell and Jacqueline West. Smith has displayed photos of the envelopes of the DNA swabs taken from the West. Smith ended his questioning. Torres Stallings asked if he spoke to any residents regarding the disappearance. Hulse said he didn't, nor did he look for homes with surveillance cameras. Hulse said that he didn't write a report of his actions on December 21st, 2020, nor did he tell anyone where he was driving as he looked for the boys. He said he doesn't remember what streets he drove. Hulse testified when he first arrived, he got a quick story about what happened, then drove around looking for the boys in the southeastern portion of the city. Most of them, he said, when Nasser asked if he drove up and down every street. Hulse has been excused. The next witness will testify remotely. The court is taking a 15-minute break to get set up. Court is back in session. Megan Silverlake is testifying via Zoom. She's a field photographer with the FBI. She also receives and can enhance video and audio. Silverlake testified she received video related to this case. There were 3 videos she was asked to enhance. She received the videos April 13th, 2021. Silver Lake said she changed the contrast and lighting and added a sharpening filter for all 3 videos. Silver Lake sent the files back to the agent who requested them. The videos Silver Lake worked on have been admitted into evidence, and prosecutor Eric Smith ended his questioning. Alexia Torres Stallings is asking about the work done on the videos. Silver Lake said they're taught to look at the image and, if they can make it clearer, save that image. Torres Stallings asked if there were any other methods used to enhance a darker image as daylight went to dusk. Silver Lake testified she used more intense levels for that to potentially see any objects. Silver Lake enhanced 2 videos from December 19, 2020 and 1 from December 21, 2020. Torres Stallings ended her questioning, and Victor Nasser is questioning Silver Lake. For brightness and contrast, she uses the software manually to make it as clear as possible, she said. Silver Lake has been excused. Austin Nguyen has been called to the stand. He's a forensic lab technician at the Kern Regional Crime Lab. Nguyen currently works in the DNA unit. Nguyen was shown photos he took of a sealed evidence bag. He said the bag was properly sealed when he received it. One of the items was a diaper. Nguyen said he photographed it and swabbed it for DNA. He swabbed on the inner linings. The swab was cut and placed in a tube and labeled with a lab number for later DNA analysis, Nguyen said. Smith ended his questioning. Nguyen has been excused. The court is taking a break to set up for the next witness. Ryan Dean, Orrin and Orson's biological mother, is testifying via Zoom. She named the children Sincere and Classic, and the West renamed them Orrin and Orson. Dean said Sincere, Orrin, lived with her for 3 months until he was taken. Classic, Orson, was taken from her after a few weeks. Dean said she came to know a foster parent named LaToya who gave her access to the children through visitation at an office. She had visitations 2 to 3 times a week, she said. Dean testified the visitations lasted about 8 or 9 months. She said Orrin was happy, smart, funny, and loved music. Orrin also was happy, she said. Dean said she did not become aware that children were being adopted. After all of this, she learned that they had been adopted. Wow. Dean said she never went to the West's apartment or had any visitations outside the ones with the Department of Human Services. She had no contact info for the West. Dean said she met attempts to get the boys back. She took parenting classes and other steps. She learned the boys were missing after hearing from someone, then seeing it on the news. Their photos were on the news, Dean said. She hadn't realized their names had been changed. Dean went to Cal City to get answers. She asked the West what happened, and they lied to me, Dean said. That comment was stricken from the record. Dean said she had never been to Cal City before that day. She helped search the area, Dean said. She had contact with Cal City police. Dean testified she provided a DNA swab to Bakersfield police detectives and gave them a cell phone number. The BPD eventually became the lead agency on the investigation. Asked if she took the boys or asked someone else to, Dean said no. Smith ended his questioning. Hennessy has begun cross-examination. Hennessy asked Dean if she remembered telling LaToya the boys went missing early, the morning after the disappearance. Dean was unsure at first, then confirmed that and said she learned the address of the West from the news. Dean said she's back and forth from Texas. She lives in an apartment in Arlington, Texas. Torres Stallings is now questioning Dean. She said Orrin was taken from her because he had a broken leg. Dean testified she was not aggressive or confrontational with Jacqueline West during a visitation. Have you ever lied to law enforcement? Tori Spelling asked. Yes, Dean said. Through redirect, Dean testified she wasn't home at the time Orrin's leg was broken. Dean has been excused. Court is in recess until 1:30. Court is back in session with another witness testifying via Zoom. The witness is the sister of Jacqueline West. She now lives in Oregon, where she went to escape an abuser, she said. The sister said she became aware Jacqueline was moving in September 2020 because she told her through Facebook. Rodriguez ended her questioning. On redirect, the sister is saying she's having trouble remembering what she told the grand jury when she testified. To almost every question posed by Smith, the sister responds, "I don't remember." She said she can't remember specifically asking for photos of the West children before they were reported missing. Have you ever seen photos of the adopted children? Smith asked. I saw them afterwards, the sister said. The sister said she's been in chemotherapy treatments and it's really not helping with her memory. The sister has been excused. Detective Jesse Perez has been called to the stand. He's with the Bakersfield Police Department. Perez said he was assigned to look for video and witnesses in the West case, among other things. He focused on the date of the reported disappearance. Perez went to Lancaster, California to 3 major retailing businesses to look for video evidence. The dates were specific to when the disappearance was reported. The businesses were Lowe's, Winco, and Costco. He observed Trezelle West making purchases from Lowe's and Winco, and Jacqueline West making purchases from Costco. This was in October 2020. No one was with the West. Records showed Trezelle West in the area of Yokuts Park, and he tried to find video to place him there, Perez said. The time frame he looked for didn't have any video available. That was also in October 2020. Perez testified he also viewed video from Union in California at what was then a Food Max. Perez reviewed Facebook and Instagram data for the profiles belonging to Jacqueline West. She primarily had contact with her sister, Perla Martinez, and her mother, Maria Martinez. Smith is showing Perez some Facebook records which the detective identified. Judge Charles R. Bremer has called a sidebar. The judge and attorneys are back, and 2 exhibits have been admitted. Their Facebook records. Perez said the records were for Jacqueline West's account. A profile photo for Jacqueline West's account in 2019 shows her with 4 of the children. On December 23, 2020, Jacqueline West sent a message. Please tell them we love and miss them. The boys need to ask for a lawyer if they want to talk to them again. I don't want them twisting whatever they are saying. The message was sent to Trezelle West's mother and had to do with law enforcement questioning the West's 4 other children, Perez said. Another photo sent in 2019 on Christmas Day shows Jacqueline West and 4 children. Orrin and Orson aren't pictured. A photo on February 4, 2020 shows the entire West family, including Orrin and Orson. That photo was sent to Perla Martinez, Perez said. On May 22, 2020, Jacqueline West told her sister about an incident with the youngest children in which Orrin ate Orson's food. Jacqueline West then sent a gif of a woman with her hands up and teeth clenched, as if she was angry or frustrated, Perez said. Jacqueline West, in other messages that day, said she believes Orrin and Orson had certain characteristics from their biological parents, Perez said. On June 8, 2020, Jacqueline West refers to the little one's birthday. He is a little weird one, she wrote. She says he stands or sits all day. Perez said he found it odd that Jacqueline didn't use the child's name. On September 12, 2020, Jacqueline West sent a photo showing 4 of the children, not Orrin or Orson, according to the records. Perez testified he reviewed digital devices for this case. In one device, he found photos and videos of the children, some from Orrin and Orson in 2020. The date was July 25th, 2020. The videos appeared to have been taken by the eldest son, showing the children playing with toys. They appeared to have been taken at the Lotus Lane apartment in Bakersfield, Perez said. Smith is moving videos into evidence and is going to play them for the jury. The first video shows Orrin West playing. It's about 6 minutes long. The video was taken on July 25th, 2020. Perez has identified 3 still images taken. One shows Orrin from the video that was just seen, showing Orrin with a toy tow truck. The next photos show Orrin West in a diaper. They were all taken July 25th, 2020. Smith played another video, this one from July 26, 2020, and Orrin and Orson can be seen in the van. One of his goals was to find the most recent photo or video of Orrin and Orson, Perez said. Perez testified he reviewed several digital devices. There were about 17 or 18. On USB drives, there were photos of some of the other children, but not Orrin or Orson, Perez said. Perez testified he was involved in a wiretap during the investigation. The wiretap occurred February 24th, 2021 to March 14th, 2021. Perez is explaining how the wiretap works to intercept telephone calls and listen in. Smith ended his questioning. A 15-minute break has been called by Judge Brimmer. The trial is back in session, with Jesse Perez back on the stand. He's being cross-examined by Timothy Hennessy, Trezell West's lead attorney. Referring to the Facebook records, Perez said the Facebook report is about 4,000 pages. Only a small portion was relevant to the investigation, he said. Hennessy asked some clarifying questions about when certain photos were taken, then finished. On redirect examination, Perez said he was present when DNA swabs were taken of Charles Pettis, the biological father, and others. Smith ended his questioning, and Perez has been excused. Bakersfield Police Detective Carlos Arvizu has been called to the stand. He is a certified Spanish translator with the BPD. Spanish is his first language. In December 2020, he went to Maria Martinez's home. She's the mother of Jacqueline West. There was a search warrant for her phone. Trezell and Jacqueline West were also at the home, Arvizu said. He was there with several other detectives. Arvizu assisted in translating Facebook messages between Jacqueline West and her mother. On September 18, 2020, Jacqueline West tells her mother they're now in California City, Arvizu said. On the same day, she tells her mother they're going to get a U-Haul and will clean the apartment because it needs paint. Also on the same day, Jacqueline West sends a message to her mother saying they're waiting for Trezell's mother so they can go and do the rest of it. On September 19, 2020, Jacqueline wrote, saying that he wants to go to the house, but he's not going to sleep, Arvizu said. On the same day, she gives the area of the Cal City home. Later that day, she wrote, "We've arrived." On September 20th, 2020, Jacqueline West wrote, "We're leaving now," to her mother. Later that day, she wrote, "We've arrived," Arvizu said. Arvizu testified he listened to wiretapped calls. One appeared that they were trying to get out of Bakersfield pretty quick, he said. Arvizu said he recognized the voices involved. He said he had spoken to both Maria Martinez and Jacqueline West. Smith is going to play a wiretapped call for the jury. The call is dated March 12, 2021. Transcripts will be provided to the jury. The call is in Spanish and the transcript has been translated to English. Smith ended his questioning. Audience members do not have a copy of the transcript. Torres Stallings asked about the call. Arvizu said West was at first speaking to a male in English, then in Spanish to her mother. Regarding the Facebook messages, Arvizu said he uses a time zone calculator to determine the time when the messages were sent. Torres Stallings, asking about the Pacific time, said she's only asking him to do basic math. She is asking questions to determine the time the West arrived in Cal City on the date in question. UTC time is about 7 hours ahead of California time. Torres Stallings ended her questioning. Arvizu has been excused. BPD Senior Officer Jaime Orozco has been called to the stand. One of his duties is to help with wiretap intercepts. He has participated in 4 wiretaps while at BPD and assists in Spanish-English translations. He listened to a wiretapped call between Jacqueline West and Maria Martinez. The call was pertinent because there was a joke about missing children, and people laughed during the call. Either the mother or daughter talked about missing socks, and one of them said, "Maybe they will pop up like the missing children." And they laughed, Orozco said. This call will now be played for the jury. The call is in Spanish. Smith ended his questioning, and Torres Stallings has begun cross-examination. Orozco agreed there were 3 topics going on in the conversation. He said he translated the transcript she's holding. On page 6, line 3, it says, "Transcribe net transcripts." Orozco said that's not him. Torres Stallings said she has no further questions. Smith on redirect asked Orozco if he assisted with the translation. He said yes. He's not the only person who reviewed it, but he reviewed it for accuracy and it appeared to be accurate. Orozco has been excused. BPD Detective Thomas Hernandez has been called to the stand. He went to the Jameson Center to listen to an interview. He was later assigned lead investigator. Hernandez identified certification letters for T-Mobile records. He authored warrants for numbers for Maria Martinez, Ryan Dean, and a number they never identified the owner of. One number was for Jacqueline West, Hernandez said. Hernandez testified he reached out to a company regarding paternity tests for the children, and he authored a warrant to obtain those DNA profiles. The profiles were booked into evidence and submitted to the Department of Justice. During any missing persons investigation, the DOJ asks for DNA samples to compare to any remains they may find, Hernandez said. He also gave the profiles to the Kern Crime Lab. The DNA results were obtained from a North Carolina company called LabCorp. Court is in recess for the day. The trial resumes at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So there we have it so far. I'm not going to hold you guys because they are 21 minutes into today's trial already. So I'm going to get to listening, and during the recess and lunch, I will record, and then tonight, 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we'll go through today's trial notes. That way, it's not so much information to take in because I know that was a lot. Because it was a lot of reading. Oh my God. But it was perfect for me because I'm real visual and I wish I could be there. So it put me in that courtroom, and oh God, those jurors, man. Oof. I hope they've been shielded from everything because it's hard, really hard to not be biased for the boys, I think. And Jacqueline and Trezell haven't proven a damn thing, period. So it's kind of like, why are we here if I was a juror? Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, baby. Thank you so much. Girl, I was determined to get it all caught up. And that way I can just catch it day to day because it is a lot. Y'all see how many witnesses they put on the stand in a day? It's crazy. And in listening to it, it's way more. So shout out to KGET because they actually take the minute notes, and I just go in and follow the Twitter feed to read them. But I do listen, and they summarize everything really, really well because a lot goes on in that courtroom. So if you have the link, go listen right now. It's intense as heck. And then if you don't know it, I don't have it handy. Let me see if I can grab it. It's on KGET's website. Oh, duh. It's on my pin to my darn screen. Hold on. Don't start talking because I can't record you. Okay. Oops. All right. So this is the link. Whew. Okay. To pull all that into. Whew. They did great though. It was the notes. I gotta give it to them. And listening to it, I'm like, yeah, because like with the sister, the way they summarized it, it was short and sweet. But she was on the stand for a while. She was she couldn't remember anything. So her answers kept being, I don't know. So you don't want to type that a million times. But she really was just like, I really don't remember. I can't confirm. I don't know. And then so finally the prosecution asked her, like, have you been diagnosed with something? Because you're saying that you have these memory lapses. And I don't know if she's being sarcastic or if she just wanted it on the record. But that's when the sister disclosed that she's been going through chemotherapy. So her memory just wasn't working for her. But there's a lot of little stuff that goes on. Here's the link. You're welcome, Tracy. It's my pleasure. We got us. I can't believe they didn't let us listen to see this trial, but that's all right. We got Gannon and we've got other trials going on that we can see, but we're going to be here for this one way or the other. Here's the link. If you don't have it, save this. Every morning, 9 a.m. during the week, you can listen. It's a lot. So we're still going to meet back here for the daily summary of the minutes at 6:30 p.m. If it changes, I'll update it early enough in the day to accommodate my schedule, y'all, because I do a lot. But that's the plan every evening that there is a trial. The day of a trial, we're going to have a meetup here at 6:30. And that way we can catch up on everything. Probably it'll take about an hour, I think, the video to do the notes. And then we can hopefully open up the panel and really chop it up because we all got thoughts. I know we do. Take that link. I'll see you or hear you or meet you or feel you over there because I'm definitely going to court right now. And I'll see y'all tonight. Love you so, so much. And thank y'all for being here. I'll see you later, beautiful people.
years before being promoted to the DNA technical lead.
I'll show you some items already been moved into evidence. This is people's 82. This item, have you previously reviewed?
Yes, sir.
In what capacity?
This is an electronic file from LabCorp, a DNA lab, that was sent to me from the Bakersfield Police Department.
Now, under DNA analysis, there are certain headings that provide a letter, a numeric, with appears to be approximately 20 locations, correct? Now, what's meant by the identifiers that are on that page?
So this would